Madam Chair, we are live on YouTube now, just FYI.
Thank you, Mr. Clapp. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I wanted to say that today is the last hearing for many of us committee members at the North York panel. As of the next Committee of Adjustment hearing, you will get to meet many newly appointed members, with the exception, I guess, in a few months' time, Member Bartolo. Everyone else will be new. Most of us committee members have completed the 8-year term, and we come into these roles because it is our way of giving back to the city that we love so much, and it's where we live and work as well. We all come from various professional backgrounds, bringing our own unbiased perspectives and ethical approaches to rendering decisions that we hope are fair and in meeting with city bylaw standards and requirements. I have watched us wrestle with decisions and sometimes even take it home with us just to mull over it and consider if it was the right decision made, because we understand the impact to all those who had vested interests in these applications. On behalf of all departing members, I wish to say thank you to the public of neighbors, neighborhood associations, developers, councillors, and others for sharing their perspectives and passion over the years. We hope you give the new panel members a chance as they get to adapt to their new roles by the next meeting. And at this time, I wish to thank the city staff for years of good work, solid advice, and the administration efforts that go into each hearing. This includes the great leadership of Simon Lamb, Giovanna, Sam, Brendan, Irving, Teresa, Daphne, Jenny, Todd, Emily, and others like Kyle and Sarah from the City Hall team, plus IT like Patrick, and former city members like Alex and Dan Antonacci, who were staples here for many years as well. Also the city teams in forestry like Mr. Bostock and his team, transportation, heritage, engineering, etc. And finally, to the North York panel members, Nazila, Paul, Natasha, Giuseppe, Isaac, Ron, and Asif, and other notable members who have been with us in North York over the years, like Denise and Bruce, Beth, and Derek. Thank you for your dedication, long hours, during and before and after hearings, and the teamwork and respectable perspectives you've shared over the years. And now with that, let's get started. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Land acknowledgement. So we would like to begin this meeting with an acknowledgement that Indigenous communities have been part of this land and this area's history since time immemorial. We would like to acknowledge that this land on which we reside and work with gratitude and respect, it is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and we are encouraged to reflect upon our commitments, both collectively and individually, in taking steps towards meaningful reconciliation with Indigenous communities. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch it on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, and telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Please only use one device at a time, as use of additional devices can cause static noise which will interfere with the audio of this hearing. And to ensure that further audio clarity is there, we suggest that you do not use the speakerphone function of your telephones. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use the share screen function or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The Committee of Adjustment staff will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. For all those who are waiting online, please ensure that you have called in with the phone number that you were originally registered with. If you call in with a different number, you will not be able to speak on the item. My name is Nadini Sankar Peralta, and I will be your chair for today's meeting. Joining us on the panel today are astute members Nazila Atarodi Rest, Ron Hunt, Giuseppe Bartolo, and Natasha Manning. Hardworking staff are also present, the Deputy Secretary Treasurer Simon Lamb and his team, Sam Mozayani, Irvin Bridgeraj, Brendan Clapp, and Olivia. And in the background, there's Giovanna Rizzo, Jenny Cotas, Teresa Mbunwe, Daphne Davis, Emily Greco, and Todd, as well as Patrick from IT. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that your name and your address and your email address are written clearly, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, the TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, the TLAB, or in some limited circumstances, the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. So only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, as well as public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustments. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an item has been uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair if they still wish to speak to the item. The committee may ask questions and or take this matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, is given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will ask you to summarize your remarks when you have reached the 5-minute mark without exception. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please state your name clearly and your address. And please remember to confine your remarks to the matters described in the application only. The applicant and agent will proceed first and make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the application may not entertain revisions to the proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or in opposition to the application will be invited to speak. If there are more than one individual who wishes to speak to the application, we ask that you try not to repeat the points already made by others. Generally, we call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx next. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation, and when all speakers have finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut, but only those issues that were raised by the previous speakers within a 5-minute time frame. This will mark the end of our discussion on the item, and the committee will then, the matter will then be taken into committee for decision making. Now, just double checking with staff, members of the panel, do you have any conflicts of interest for this afternoon session? None noted, including myself and Deputy Secretary Treasurer. I just note there's no more minutes to approve or files closing, I presume.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
There may be files to defer, sir?
That is correct. We have one. Item number 23, I believe the agent would like to ask for a deferral. Number 23.
Okay, so item number 23, let's get that item up. Let me just double check. So members, this is a 22 Lewes Crescent. 22 Lewes Crescent. I believe the agent here is Lauren Rose, but he may be represented by someone else to defer this. Let me just check.
I'm here.
Oh, are you here today now?
Lauren Rose.
Okay, and if you can state your address, sir, for the record.
Sure, it's Lauren Rose, 388 Spadina Road.
Okay, Mr. Rose, there are a number of folks to speak to this application here. So if you won't mind giving us an understanding of why you wish for this to be deferred, and then we can check in with those area residents.
Sure. I don't know what happened, but I checked the AIC yesterday and I did not see a staff report. Today there is a staff report that I'm concerned about. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me since staff supported an application on this very same property that was bigger and taller and longer, approved by this committee of adjustment several years ago. I also want to speak to forestry to clear up any of their concerns so that I can make sure that we have their support going forward. There's concern about a walkway in the front. Want to have a clean application that we can come to you with. So I ask your consent to a deferral. We can speak to the neighbors as well, anyone who wants to speak with us. Most of the concerns were about the trees and drainage, which are not really committee of adjustment issues, but if we can clear up the forestry issues, I think that will be helpful for everyone.
All right, that's a great reason. And so let me just see, do members, do you have any questions of Mr. Rose? There being none, let's just get to the neighbors just to see if they'll be okay with the deferral. And let's start with area resident Lisa Windover. Lisa Windover, are you online? If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Lisa Windover, and I'm at 17 Lewes Crescent.
Great. And are you okay with the deferral? That's we're only speaking to the deferral right now. You've heard Mr. Rose express why that was important, and are you okay with that?
I'm not understanding what the deferral means. Could you explain what that means?
Yeah, absolutely. A deferral of this application means that it would not be heard today. It would be heard at a later date, possibly the earliest other date that the committee comes up with. And it was for Mr. Rose to address some of the new issues that came in. There was a staff report that he had not seen, as well as some other issues that he outlined in the application that he would he would like to address, as well as probably consult further with the area residents on this. And so he's asking for a deferral in order to do that. And you will be advised again when the next date comes up.
Okay, I'm fine with the deferral then.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay.
Members, we'll hold all questions to the end if there's any. Let's move on to David Fox. David Fox, Mr. Fox, are you there? Not online? Okay, Mr. Fox is not there. Is there a Mr. Fox in the hearing room today? I don't see any hands coming up or anyone coming forward, so let's move on then to the next one. I've got Connie Tang. Connie Tang online. Ms. Tang, if you're able to share your name and address for our records. Not present. Is there a Connie Tang in the area right now? No. Okay, then let's move on to Lee Ferrier. Lee Ferrier.
Can I speak from here, Madam Chairman?
Yeah, no, you'd have to use the microphone right up here to the corner if you could turn it on if it's not on. And the only reason is because we're on YouTube and they would not be able to hear you on YouTube if you don't speak into a mic.
Is the microphone on?
Yes, it is.
All right,
And if you can state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Lee Ferrier, F-E-R-R-I-E-R, address 30 LEWES Crescent.
Thank you so much, and thanks for coming in person. And you heard Mr. Rose what he said
Yes.
and indicated, are you okay with the deferral?
As I understand it, the procedure would be that we would get formal notice of any resumption of the hearing? Is that correct?
Yes, you will get formal notice when this item is coming back into committee with the date, and you'll get that notice in advance so that you can prepare to attend in person or online.
All right. And would the agent be the one that would indicate that he's ready to go, or is it the committee that sets
No,
that?
it's the agent that
Yes.
will
All right.
signal to us when he's ready, and we will put him at the next available committee hearing date.
Thank you. I have no problem with the deferral.
All right, thank you so much for coming. Okay, members, any questions of any of the neighborhood associations or residents? And I don't see any hands going up, so what I'll do is let's get Mr. Rose back out. And Mr. Rose, there is no objection to your request for deferral. Is there anything you'd like to say before I take this into committee for decision-making?
No, I'd just like to thank you all for your service, for your fairness over the years. Great working with you.
And it was likewise really great working with you, Mr. Rose, as well. Thank you. So members, we have a decision to make on this deferral. Can I get a motion? Motion from Member Bartolo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'll put forward a motion to defer this application sine die to allow the applicant to evaluate the new material and coordinate with the city departments.
Okay, thank you. And motion from Member Bartolo, seconded by Member Attarodi. All those in favor? Okay, your item has been deferred sine die. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Then, Mr. Lamb, is there another one?
Through you, Madam Chair, there is no other deferrals for this afternoon.
Okay, should there be
Oh, wait.
one, and anyone needs to come forward, please let us know. But I did I thought there was item
Sorry.
number 26
Yeah,
and 27.
my mistake. Item number 26, please.
Okay, there we go.
278
So 278 Burnett Avenue. So item number 26, let's just see who's here, and that's a Fausto Cortesi. Fausto Cortesi, are you on the line?
Hello?
Yes, hello. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Fausto Cortez. I'm the architect representing the owner in this matter.
Okay, Mr. Cortesi, why do you need a deferral?
We've been working with planning department who had a few concerns about some of the requested variances, and I believe we've satisfied planning's concerns. However, we did not have the appropriate amount of time to notify the public due to the changes in many of the variances. So planning has asked us to defer it in order to provide ample time for the public to realize some of the variances that we've modified.
Okay, thank you. That's a fair enough reason. Members, any questions of Mr. Cortese? Okay, there being none, let us just go to the next person. We do have an area resident who was noted to be on video. I'm not sure if they're on video, but let's see if they're there. And that's Lesha or Lesia Conneely. Their microphone is not on. Do they need to log back in? Lesha or Lesia Conneely, if you hear me, if you can just log out and log back in, we will pause this item and come back to it.
Madam Chair, why don't we move on to the next deferral request, which is item number 27.
Thank you. So let's move on. Item number 27, everyone, is 96 Belgravia Avenue. 96 Belgravia Avenue, and the agent that's noted for that is Leo Mastrandria. Are you there, sir?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leo Mastrandria. I'm the agent for the owners at 96 Belgravia, and planning had some concerns, and we're just going to take a look and see what we can do to address their concerns and revise the variances to accommodate those issues.
Okay, thank you for that. Fair enough. Members, any questions? There being none, there's no one to speak to this item, so can I get a motion to defer? Motion from Member Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the request of the agent, I would move deferral of this application sine die.
Motion from Member Hunt to approve the deferral,
Yes.
sine die. Seconded by Member Manning. All those in favor? And sir, your application has been deferred, sine die. Thank you. Let's circle back, members, to item number 26 to see if the area resident is on there. If not, we can lightly deal with the matter. Yeah. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, she was there. Should we give her a moment and just go through the first?
Yep, why don't we give her a couple of minutes?
Okay, and maybe if you can just let me know when she has logged back in, then what I'll do is I'll get to her at the next available time slot. So then we'll move back to the beginning of the afternoon session if there's no other deferrals requested or anything else. Let's just begin with item number 15, which is 215 Northwood Drive. We've got Ali Shakeri. Mr. Shakeri, if you can come online and state your name and address for the record, please.
Ali Shakeri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again. And this is an application to construct a new single-family dwelling. Members, I'd like you to note that there is one area resident to speak to this application. There's 4 variances, forestry, and 1 letter of objection. Mr. Shakeri, why don't you provide us with a brief presentation on the merits of your case, and let's see where we go from here.
Indeed, to me, it's a very straightforward application. Just asking for the coverage. 31% is usually in this area. Applicants, including me, myself, we're asking for more coverage. In this case, it's only 31%. And the side yards on either side, with slightly increasing the first floor. I had submitted a very detailed case study. Unfortunately, I don't see that on the AIC. Oh, okay, that's great. I sent emails to your colleagues, so thank you for displaying it. So it's basically, I've shown some 10 houses in the neighborhood, including Northwood and the streets above and below, one street above and below. Just making sure that variance is greater than these are approved in the area. We don't nearly asking for matching same variances. Some have like 4 feet side yards on either side, and some are on majorly wider lots. So I don't have many things to say. I'd like to hear about the opposition. If there is any planning matter, I'd be more than glad to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, do you have any questions? Okay, there being none, let's move this on to the next speaker noted. And I will ask committee chambers to just be a bit quieter unless you are coming up. I need Massimo Egani. Is that you? If you can come to this microphone here or this one here, I'm presuming. Yeah. Okay, so if you could state your name and address for the record, please. That mic is on.
My name is Masoud Igani, and I am the resident and owner and the resident of the neighbor, 217 Northwood Drive.
Right.
And I am, first of all, good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for your service to our city. And I am concerned about 1.2 meter side yard setback, which is on my side, which is east yard side yard side. The reason that I'm objecting it right now, we have the existing, on both sides, we have 6 feet on either side yard setback, and I would like to maintain that. The other items, I have a raised bungalow with no basement. So then when that's like that, my footing will be just below the frost line, and coming closer to my property line, that will influence my footing, which is great concern to me and to structurally might damage my footing. And on that side, I have 88 square foot of opening, which include window, and there's a picture there, and which is more subject to fire. And we had a fire down there, and just my window got cracked. Otherwise, it would have been closer, and my house would have been burnt.
Oh, wow.
The other item is with 1.2 side yard setback. His roof is overhanging by 1.5 foot. So between the edge of the roof and my property is only that much. And then he has a steep roof, which is all the snow in the winter. I have to go and clean up his snow. The other item, I have trees down there. Getting closer to the property line, you can see all the picture that I have trees down there. It will damage the tree. And then a big lot like that, 50 foot by 150, there is no reason that it can be all over the places.
Right. Thank you so much for sharing all of that. And in terms of the trees, this application does have a forestry review over it. So if it's subject to forestry, that takes care of that. Some of the other items may not be the purview of this committee, but Mr. Shakiri, we'll bring him back on to just share some thoughts for you and see if that will help alleviate some of your concerns. Okay, so let's, members, do you have any questions? There being none, let's invite Mr. Shakiri back online. And if you can share a rebuttal to, or explanations for the concerns that this Mr. Igani has shared.
There will be in excess of 3 meters after this variance, which is which has so many precedents, as I showed on my case study. There will be 3 meters of distance between the 2 buildings. I'm sure you've seen many other applications in smaller lots that have side yard setbacks as of right close to half a meter, majorly less than this, significantly less than this. And all those structural matters and issues are basically, those are existing for any house. I don't think if it's nearly critical for this particular lot, but That is going to be reviewed at the time of the building permit review. At this one, per se, we have 3 meters between the 2 houses, even after the variance. I have basically no concern whether or not if the neighbor has or doesn't have the foundation. It doesn't get to that kind of critical threshold with regards to the structural. It's still going to be reviewed. The issue of the window, I'm not sure if it was a fire issue or blockage of that window. Anything basically we do as of right is going to be equally create the same kind of situation. I mean, it's not a situation, it's basically things that are foreseen in the Ontario Building Code, that this house has to comply with the building code and is no exception. It will be done and reviewed at the time of building permit, obviously. There's no, the new houses, I haven't seen like a pile of snow coming off the roof, but even if it does, it's not going to be able to jump into the neighbor's property. There will be a fence between the 2 houses and the tip of the eaves. Luckily for this case is about 2.5 feet, 70 or 80 centimeters away from the property line, a lot better than many of the houses in Toronto, and I do not see any tree that is affected by this application in the neighbor's property. There is a tree of 10 centimeter radius I can see on the neighbor's property. This application, the house is well outside of the tree protection zone for that tree, and again, we for every single case, and I'm sure you've seen many of my other applications, we carefully review the neighborhood. We make sure that whatever variance we're proposing is not setting a new precedent and not creating any sort of planning issue for the neighborhood. And no further comment. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, do you have any questions of Mr. Shakeri? No, unfortunately, as part of the process, you only get 1 chance, and he gets an opportunity to respond. But I do see if one of the members want to ask you anything, they still can. And Member Attarodi, I thought I saw your hand up. Go ahead, please.
To you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask a question regarding the variance number 2 from Mr. Shakeri, that what is the existing east yard setback?
The existing east side yard setback, allow me to check on the survey. It reads at 1.79 centimeters, which is slightly less than 6 foot, like almost as of right, and we are decreasing that to 1.22. Again, that 1.22 is adequate even to put windows on that side wall, and it's for the neighborhood. It is appropriate variance, so it's been approved very many times, and I have submitted the evidence to support that.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions from committee members? I don't see anyone putting up hands. So with that, you've heard what the neighbor has had to say. You've heard the rebuttal from Mr. Shakeri. This does have 4 variances. Forestry does apply. And maybe I'll just ask you to take this into committee for consideration. A motion when you're ready, please. Okay. Okay, Member Bartolo?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I mean, in reviewing this file, it's pretty straightforward what the applicant is asking for. I understand the concerns of the neighbor, and I will say that with respect to your high slab on grade condition and being undermined, that can't happen during the process of the construction. They can't damage your property. They can't undermine your home at all. And the building department and building inspectors, their job is to ensure that that is enforced and that is taken care of. So hopefully that alleviates your concern a little bit, and I'm sure that Mr. Shakiri in his design will take those elevations into account as well. In saying that, like I mentioned, what he's asking for, I think generally meets the 4 test and is within keeping with the intent of the bylaw and the nature of the neighborhood. Therefore, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the conditions of the urban forestry memo attached.
Okay, motion from Member Bartolo to approve this application and make it subject to forestry with those explanations, and seconded by Member Hunt. All those in favor? And all those opposed? And Member Attarodi and Member Manning opposed. I do tend to agree with Member Bartolo that there was sufficient evidence that has been put in around the side yard setback that shows that this is indeed a part of the neighborhood, as well as the fact that a lot of these concerns will be alleviated by the inspection that will be taking place under the building code. And as well as neighbors, we should encourage both of them to talk to each other about any of the things that are matters outside of this committee that they can deal with together. So I'll go with the motion and approve that application with the conditions of forestry as per Member Bartolo's ruling. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, just moving on then. And thank you, Mr. Igani, for coming out. Let's move on to, I think, let me just double check if that deferral is still there. Is Ms. Keneally back online? She is not. Okay, so we will deal with that at the end. Let's move on to item number 16. Item number 16 is number 14, Moccasin Trail. And we've got no one to speak to this application. Members, there's 4 variances. There is a transportation report of September 22nd with 1 condition. There is forestry as well as 3 letters of support. Let's get Heather Asquith out here. Heather Asquith, are you here or online? State your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Asquith. My address is 349 Carla Avenue, Suite 206.
Okay, thank you. Members, do we require a presentation for this matter? Okay, there being no hands showing, then Ms. Asquith, is there anything that you'd like to share with committee members before this is taken into committee for decision making?
If there's no questions, we submitted a fairly detailed description of the proposal in a cover letter with our proposal. We feel it's a fairly minor addition to the house with, not a lot of impact on the neighboring house.
Right, and we did receive those materials, absolutely. So members, with that, if there are no other questions to Ms. Asquith, can I get a motion, please? Motion from Member Bartolo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I think this is a fairly straightforward alteration to an existing building. Therefore, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following conditions: that the conditions in the urban forestry memo attached be part of this motion, and subject to the conditions noted in the transportation memo in the conclusion sections there.
Okay, thank you. And motion from Member Bartolo to approve this application and subject to the conditions of the transportation report as well as forestry. Seconded by Member Atarodi. All those in favor? And this application has been unanimously approved. Thank you, Ms. Asquith.
Thank you.
Members, let's turn our attention to item number 17. Item number 17 is 6 Broadleaf Road. This only has one variance and there's no one to speak to this application. Let's get the Yu Shu Zhang out here. Yu Shu Zhang, are you here in person? There we go. Hello. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Yo Shu, and my address is 6 Broadleaf.
Right.
And I'm supposed to have my daughter, but she can't come. Sorry. Okay, just give me a minute.
Are you the owner?
Yeah, I'm the owner.
You're-
Okay, I want to say two things. First, because we know by law the setback between us and the neighbor is 1.8, but we apply for 1 because if it's 1.8, the car can't even go into the garage. It's too small. You open the door, it's 3.7. Now the garage with 1 meter setback is 3.88. So even now, setback is 1 meter. You go inside, open the door, you squish yourself in. So we have to if we build the garage. That's the
Okay.
reason we want 1 meter. A second, the garage is very important to me.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Hold on one second before you go into an explanation, and don't worry, take a deep breath.
Okay.
All of this is a lot for everyone, and it's a very weird environment to be in. So let me just double check because there's no one to speak to this application. Likelihood there's not probably even a concern that we have.
Yeah.
So let me just double check with committee members. Do you have any concerns with this application? They're all shaking their head no. So, if there's nothing else you want to say, they'll take it into committee, let them make a decision.
I
You
just want
take a
the
deep
garage.
breath. Don't worry. It's a trying time for everyone. So let's take this into committee and let's make a decision. And Member Bartolo with a motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, through you. It's a very straightforward item. I don't see any adverse impacts on the local neighborhood. I agree with the applicant that the math doesn't work out, that the garage would be non-functional without the side yard setback amendment. Therefore, I will put forward a motion to approve this application without condition.
And Member Bartolo puts a motion forward to approve this application without condition, seconded by Member Manning. All those in favor? You see, your application's been unanimously approved, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome, okay? All right.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. I think my family will too.
Absolutely. And I hope, don't worry, it was a very good application, and that's why there was no other types of variances and no one came to contest it. So you were probably worried about nothing much.
Yeah. Can I leave now?
Yes, you may, of course. There's a bathroom on the way out too if you need to use it to wipe your eyes or anything, okay? No, you can't approach the panel members, but unless you want to use the microphone to say something to him, okay, no problem. You can go through the back here. Just, if you want to escort her out, she'll show you the way out. She's trying to get her jacket, I think, or something. All right, and maybe escort her to. All right, so let's move on to item number 18. And item number 18 is Yashun Brad Liu for 1 Foxdale Court. Is Brad Liu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you very much. I can hear you very well. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Brad Liu. I'm an agent and designer for the outside the 1 Foxdale Court. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Members, I just want to say that there's no one to speak to this application, as well as, there's only for this, it's to construct a one-story addition to the rear existing dwelling. There's 3 variances and there's 6 letters of support. Do you require a presentation for this matter? There being none, Mr. Liu, do you have anything to say before we take this matter into committee for decision-making?
Yeah, just a short word. This owners are 2 senior couple, so they want some exterior active space, especially in the winter, so they need that sunroom. So actually, is all zoning bylaw is meet, like coverage and floor space index. Only the length and the depth and the setback, 3 small item is over the zoning. So yeah, also we got the almost all owners around this house is support. So if you can see the letters of support in the fire. Yep, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And members, Member Manning, I see with her hand up. If no questions, maybe it's a motion. Go ahead, Member Manning.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application with no conditions. I think all 3 variances are minor and there's no objections from any neighbors or from planning.
Motion from Member Manning to approve this application as is, and seconded by?
Just a friendly amendment.
A friendly amendment by Member Attarodi. Go ahead, please.
If Mrs. Manning accept the urban forestry condition?
I didn't see forestry on here. Are we sure?
Yes, they have some
No, sorry.
notice.
Sorry, there is no, I was mistaken. I was looking at
Mr.
different.
Liu, please don't speak.
I just.
Okay, sorry.
I was mistaken.
She just made her eyes looked at something else, which mine does many times as well. We're looking at the application ahead. So Member Manning's motion stands. Can I get someone to second that? Seconded by Member Bartolo. All those in favor? Okay, unanimously approved. Mr. Liu, your application has been approved as is.
Okay, yes, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Members, let's move on to item number 19, which is 158 Gordon Road. Let me just pull this up. 158 Gordon Road. We've got again back with us Mr. Ali Shakiri. Mr. Shakiri, if you can come back on and state your name and address for the record, please.
Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon again. And this is a proposal to construct a new dwelling. Please note, members, that there is no one to speak. Well, there is one person has been registered to speak to this. There are 7 variances, forestry, 1 letter of objection, and a staff report that has 1 condition attached to it. So, Mr. Shakiri, if you don't mind providing us a brief presentation on the merits of this case, and then we can get the area resident out to hear their concerns.
Sure. For this case also, similar to the other cases, we have provided a case study just to make sure that whatever we're proposing is not setting a new precedent. These are all precedented applications, not the highest granted in the neighborhood. The objective is basically getting these variances are to create a desirable house for my client. It's a neighborhood with bigger lots and bigger houses. The planning department has reviewed the application and they have no objection if the house is built in accordance to the design that is before you. And I believe there is a forestry condition that we accept by all means. I have no further comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Members, do you have any questions of Mr. Shakiri? There being none, let's move to The area resident who I understand logged in this request to speak at the last moment today. This is a resident. Donald, are you there? Yes. Oh, in person, right. Here we go.
I'm here in person.
Perfect. So if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Absolutely. My name is Donald Alexander McIntosh, and I live at 160 Gordon Road, which is directly adjacent to the subject property. I'm here with my wife, Jasmine, and with our builder, Cameron Tazluli, Tafzoli, who is a personal friend. First of all, I'm aware that this committee has a discretion with respect to whether or not I'm a lawyer to grant the application under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. Assuming all four criteria are met, you still have a residual discretion to refuse the application. It's clear from where my position is that we have some certain caveats with respect to this application. It's clear from Justice Matlow's decision in Vincent de Basperis, B-A-S-P-E-R-I-S, that it's not sufficient that an application proceed simply on the basis that the applicant wishes it to proceed. It also has to be in the public interest. And our concern, my wife and I's principal concern, is with respect to the drainage and the water flow. We have a property that the adjoining properties are much higher than our property. So we have adverse water flow. We're concerned that this proposed application could exacerbate that. And I would note that in the case of Salamansan, S-A-L-M-A-S-I-A-N versus Ottawa, 2019, Canley 42168, the local appeal body took into consideration the effect of drainage on adjoining properties. And in paragraph 57 in E and F, while a variation was granted, it had to satisfy the existing drainage and grading and drainage patterns must not be adversely affected. So we would say that case is apposite. We would ask the committee to consider that particular case. I am aware that committee decisions have also considered the McNamara Corporation et al. Case versus COLEKIN Investments. I would make 2 points about that. First of all, that's a 1977 decision of the Divisional Court. It should be read in conjunction with Justice Matlow's more nuanced and informed decision. And that decision in McNamara dealt with certain jurisdictional questions as to whether if there was a complete application well above a minor variation, there was jurisdiction, and the court decided that it did. So that's really my principal concern. I would ask Cameron if he has any submissions to make. We're also concerned about the sunlight and what effect this variation would have on the sunlight in terms of shadowing.
If you could state your name and address.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is Cameron Tafzoli. The only concern that I saw on the application is the height for the shadow, and then the depth, because their building, it's I think that it's lower than the application proposed here. So I'm worried about the shoring is going to be happen or not. But I saw that there is lots of setbacks between those properties, so maybe there is no shoring needed. But the concern is for the shoring, and then on the back, the porch is a bit higher than their property. So if there is going to be installed any screen protection or something later or not. And that's it, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for both parties' members? There being none, I'll invite Mr. Shakiri back out online just to answer those and even consider around the screen protection as well. If you'd like to, you have 5 minutes for a rebuttal.
Sure. If I can have my support material be displayed. My apologies. The site plan, the proposed site plan. The house, if you can see the side yard is the one that is we're proposing is slightly more than actually the existing house. So we're improving any sort of drainage or water flow that the neighbor, the adjacent neighbor mentioned. In any case, the water flow, I think, is the issue of the building permits and the Ontario Building Code, which every house has to comply with. In this case, we are not making the drainage any worse. Actually, it's going to be renewed, and everything has to comply with the new regulations. The height variance that the second speaker mentioned is only 60 centimeters on the total height of the building. That's the extension of the roof, the sloped roof. That doesn't create much shadow. I mean, if I have also submitted precedent and evidence to support it, but if the panel doesn't feel the height is appropriate, you can modify it to any extent that you see fit. The screening, I think the screening is something that usually both neighbors would benefit from. In this case, if you look at the site plan, the rear deck is fairly distant from the neighbor's house. It is not too much above the grade, only 6 steps. That's within the prescription of the zoning bylaw. There is no variance attached to it. If you wish to impose any condition to have a screen on the side of that rear deck, I do not object. I don't think if that's necessary for this particular one. If it was along with the side wall of the building, we would actually do it without having a condition. But we leave that entirely to you. I'd like to mention that the house on the other side, number 156, if you please pay attention to the length of that house, that's in excess of, it's clearly shown on the survey. If you, then that's like maybe 7 or 8 meters longer than our house. If talking about the shadow, that's like everything is going to be covered by the shadow of that house. We're not on the other side. The house is the one that we're proposing is setting back. This house is not bigger than the other houses in the neighborhood, the new houses. It's actually a very, very moderate new building proposal, so you can see on the evidence that they provided. So I have no further comments. If there is any question, I'd be more than glad to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Shakiri. Does anyone, panel members, have any questions for the agent? Yes, Member Attarodi, go ahead.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask Mr. Shakiri if the screening that he proposed to put on the deck, is it on the east side of the deck?
Yes, on the east side of the rear deck.
And then my other question is regarding the height, because during your presentation you mentioned that you're willing to change the height variance.
I'm leaving that entirely to you. My personal opinion is a little bit addition on the roof is going to articulate the type of architecture that we are after without casting any more shadow, because it's on an angle. So it's the sunlight usually is hitting on an angle, and that is not creating too much shadows. The house will look a nicer addition to the neighborhood with that additional 60 centimeters. We're asking it does not play any role on on the interior heights of the house, with or without that. The interior dimensions of the house, the floor heights are not going to be changed. So it is my opinion that that addition is going to be articulating a nice form of architecture, and the house will look better without casting too much more shadow. But we'd like to leave it to your fair opinion to basically review that, and if you want to make any reduction, modification, or removal of that application, we respectfully accept. I just wanted to mention that based on my opinion, it is not creating any harm, while it is adding to the aesthetic of the building. And we think the building is much nicer and a better addition to the neighborhood with that little extra, which is very minor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, any other questions? If there are no other questions, then can I get a motion? Noting that there's 7 variances in forestry. You've seen the staff report with 1 condition, and you've heard what the neighbor has come up to say along with a legal perspective. And you've heard the rebuttal from member Mr. Shakiri. A motion whenever you're ready, Member Manning.
Through you, Madam Chair, I've listened to the concerns of the neighbors, but I do feel that these variances are minor. Some of them are not of the purview of this committee, and with respect to the drainage, I don't think we've seen evidence that is a significant problem. So I'd like to make a motion to approve this application subject to the 1 condition in the staff report and the conditions of forestry.
Okay, thank you. Motion from Member Manning to approve this application subject to the conditions of the staff report and to forestry, and seconded by Member Hunt. All those in favor? And all those opposed? And Member Attarodi dissenting. So your application, Mr. Shakiri, has been approved with those conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're also joining us for item number 20. So members, let's turn our heads to item number 20, which is 303 Lytton Boulevard. And this is an application to a proposed new 2-story single-family dwelling. Members, please note that this application has 3 variances. There is a forestry condition, as well as there are 3 letters of objection. There are folks here to speak to this application. So, Mr. Shakiri, why don't you provide us with a brief presentation on the merits of your application, and we'll take it from there.
If I may have my support material displayed, this is fairly simpler than the other applications. We're asking for addition of floor space and a little addition on the wall height. Again, I have submitted solid evidence on Lytton Boulevard that floor space, floor area significantly greater than this is approved for very many houses. And the height issue is only for the wall height for a portion of the building. I tried to make a demonstration that if we add sort of a mansard roof on top of this building, that red line kind of representing as of right mansard roof, the yellow shaded areas are going to be added mass to the building, and all of a sudden this building starts to comply. So this is one of those situations that we're asking for a variance to reduce the building mass and also obtain the architectural look that we're after. It's on the left, on the right side, that wall is having that 9.8 meter. And if you go to the side elevation, exhibit B, I guess, yeah, that's where you see that shaded area is what basically we're proposing for the wall height. That's in addition to the zoning bylaw, while the rest of it is significantly lower than a building that could be built as of right. The three-story buildings are allowed in this neighborhood. We didn't do a three-story. This is a two-story. The sidewall height is in compliance for the rear portion. A major portion of the side elevations is in compliance, and there is no mansard roof. So we think that we've tried our best to stay within within reasons by this proposal, and I have no further comments. If there is any question, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Members, do you have any questions? If there being none, let's go then to the first speaker, and that is a Mark Carrington, an area resident. Mark Carrington, are you there? Are they logged in?
You hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mark Carrington. I reside at 301 Lytton Boulevard, which is the adjacent, easterly adjacent property to the subject of this afternoon. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to hear our concerns. Our main concerns generally around are very similar to the prior case, where the building itself includes a walkout basement, which we believe may be one of the first walkout basements in the neighborhood, at least in this block. And we built a structure in 2008, of which we found large amounts of groundwater, to which we'd had to amend our actual specs of our building ourselves. And our concern really does come to how potentially right now the property beside us is at the same grade as ours, how much grading and or drainage would be needed to support sort of the walkout basement and the size of the building. And that's primarily our main concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, any questions of Mr. Carrington? There being none, we'll just go to the next speaker, and then we'll have the agent come back and address all of these concerns raised. So let's go to Avram and Rosa Cohen. Are they online? I'm right here. Oh, you're right there? Okay. I'm not sure that mic works, so maybe try this one here.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Avram Cohen, known as Bert Cohen. My wife and I, Rosa, and I live at 307 Lytton Boulevard, adjacent to the proposal. I want to speak to the three variances that have been identified. The first one, of course, is the FSI. We believe that the footprint on the lot is quite large. In fact, so large that it pushes the property to go southwards, taking a great amount of the existing lot space. And in the process, of course, the length of the house causes walls to impinge, or I should say block the light from the back of our house. Now, from the site plan, if we were to look at the left, you can see that our house is quite set back from what is being proposed. That wall basically will stop at about 56 centimeters from my garage. So, in other words, there will be only a corridor of 56 centimeters between their back wall and my garage, taking away all the possible light and a lot of the sunshine that we see in the morning. So FSI leads to long walls. FSI leads to this causing no light, and therefore all the damage that goes along with it. We need to light the electricity in our house more. We need to heat our house more in the winter because it will be dark and therefore cold. The second point I want to talk to is the length or the height of the wall. The bylaw says 8.5 meters. The proposal here is 9.8, a variance of 1.3 meters. This is not minor, may I suggest. This is a significant variance from 8.5 to 9.8. Of course, the height of the wall contributes again to the issues I raised of shadowing, of darkness, of no sunshine, and over and above that, this height wall is such that it allows for a deck, as you can see, be built at quite considerable height from the grade. That deck is going to be, to the extent possible, overlooking our backyard, I should say our deck, with therefore, again, shadows and loss of privacy. Okay, so that is the second point. The third point, of course, has to do with the overall elevation of the house. The house has to be built at 1.52 meters above what is from ground, which exceed the allowed height by 30 centimeters. Why go so high? Well, why go so high? To allow a walkout basement and a very high basement level, which is uncharacteristic for our neighborhood. Furthermore, that height contributes to the overall extent of the house height, the 9.8 meters. So why not dig another 32 centimeters, if not more, to lower the level of this house so that it does not impinge on our enjoyment of our house, on our plants, on our garden, on the darkness that we're going to be seeing. There is also the concern that was raised by my neighbor, the water. We know that Ms. Dougal, who lives at that property right now, has had considerable issues with water. The water table is quite high in that area, and we are concerned about what this new property is going to do to us. The other point I want to mention is that this house is 1935 vintage, if not earlier perhaps, and it has copious amounts of asbestos in it. So I presume we're going to see a lot of people with hazmat suits on doing the demolition. However, demolition leads to the transfer of particulate matter, including asbestos. So I'm very, very concerned about that as well. We are concerned as citizens that by putting such a large home, we are taking away green space. We are not increasing our carbon footprint, and we are causing damage to the environment. I appreciate that, maybe 63% coverage doesn't sound like much. In an area where it is only 35%, yes, it is much. I will admit my house is 55%, but it is not 63%. And where does this slippery slope stop? 63, 70, 75, what's going to be next? So we got to draw the line somewhere. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you so much for that. Members, do you have any questions? Okay, there being none, I don't think that there's anyone else listed to speak to this application. So let's bring back out Mr. Shakiri. Mr. Shakiri, are you there? And if you could
Yes,
respond
Madam
to
Chair.
both those concerns from those two concerned neighbors, please.
Sure. With regards to Mr. Carrington's comments, our neighbor at number 301 Lytton, the walkout, well, it's not a part of this application. Basically, we have no variance attached to the walkout, and there is basically no. I don't think if there is any impact on the neighbor. Not sure why, but anyway, it's not matter. At least every house that I have designed in this neighborhood has a walkout. I'm surprised if any new house in this neighborhood doesn't have any walkout. I have seen the work of many other architects, and that aside, I mean that has no relation to this application. Anyways, we have no variance attached to it, and so is the drainage is not a planning matter. So I leave that. I will go to Mr. Cohen's comments, number 307. The floor area, first of all, we have a very detailed case study. We are not nearly asking for the value that is approved for the other houses in the neighborhood. But that aside, the floor area is not a definitive scale to measure the mass. For example, if I just eliminate a room above my living room and dining room, if I leave a room above, if I delete a room, remove a room above my family room, for example, all of a sudden a significant part of the floor area is deleted without having any impact on the volume. Or this house could be built like narrower and eliminate some floor area without having any impact on the length. I understand that Mr. Cohen's house is shorter. That is an old house. Every new house is being built in the neighborhood tries to use the provisions of the zoning bylaw. That's what we've done without asking any variance. So the things that are controlling the mass, including the side yards, the building length, and the height, we're all in compliance, except that wall height, which is, as I explained, helping us to keep this, by the type of architecture we're using, to keep this house majorly, significantly lower than what we could do as of right. I'd like to think of that as by doing this, we are doing a favor for the neighbor, especially Mr. Cohen, because this house could cast a lot bigger shadow on his lot. Well, we are not doing it by using just a very shallow roof, not putting an answered roof. And complying with the wall height on the back portion. The area we're asking for the wall height is only on the front. The front northwest corner, that has no shadow impact on Mr. Cohen's house. Basically, anything that is controlling the building mass for this house is well within the provision of the zoning, the intention of the zoning bylaw. And I don't, again, comment on the water drainage. I think you know everything about it. And the asbestos, that's obviously, I mean, if any house that has that sort of condition, that has to be dealt with, of course. And the footprint of the house, again, is inside the prescription of the zoning bylaw. It's 17 meters, a centimeter short of 17 meters, actually, which is what's been allowed by the zoning bylaw. The side yards are in compliance, and we are not making the house any bigger than the envelope that zoning bylaw has prescribed and not any longer, and significantly shorter with the help of a variance, a technical variance, which I explained, and I'm sure you've seen many other examples of that. And if there is any question, I'd be more than glad to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, do you have any questions of Mr. Shakiri? Member Bartolo, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Just for some points for clarification, because I don't like to see any animosity between neighbors based on misunderstanding, because Mr. Cohen, I think he had stated that this house is going to be about 50 centimeters away from your property line. I don't think that's correct. It's 1.5 meters approximately. It's about 6 feet away from your property line. It's going to be, Mr. Shakir, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's going to be farther away than the existing house is. Is that correct?
I believe so. Let me just look at the drawing again.
When I
referenced
the survey and when I referenced the new site plan.
Yes, it improves the existing condition by more than a foot.
Yes.
Slightly more than a foot, 32 centimeters to be exact. And by the way, that first floor height variance does not have anything to do with the basement height or the building height. That just decreases the amount of interior steps. That's basically where the front entrance door is. It has no control on the height at all. It's it could be one step lower, and we could have one step more inside, and the building is the same. It has no impact on the building height at all.
I understand, and I think we're confusing FSI in this scenario with lot coverage, right? The house that's been designed, Mr. Cohen, is not bigger than the footprint is allowable. It's the second story that increases the FSI. So in theory, the applicant could build a larger ground floor than what they're even proposing here, just to, if that gives you any comfort, knowing that they are within compliance with those rules and regulations, right? I just wanted to kind of get that out there so that there's no misunderstandings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Members, do you have any other questions? If there are none, then can we entertain a motion on this application? Member Attarodi, go ahead, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I carefully listened to the neighbors and the applicant, and this application doesn't have any overall height variance, side yard setback, front and back and sides, and I believe that this is overall minor. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application subjected to urban forestry.
Okay, thank you. Motion from Member Attarodi to approve this application subject to urban forestry. Seconded by Member Bartolo. All those in favor? And unanimously approved with those conditions. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for your dedication in making fair decisions this several years, and you will all be greatly missed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Mr. Shakiri. Have a great day. And thank you everyone who came in, the neighbors as well. We appreciate your presence. So now let's move it over to item number 21. Item number 21 is 145 BAYCREST Avenue. Please note, members, 145 BAYCREST Avenue, this is a proposal to replace the existing BAYCREST Public School with a new 2-story K Elementary School, and it includes 1-story entrance and 1-story childcare space. A related site plan application is currently under review. So we've got the Felix Chong is the applicant. Mr. Chong, are you there? Mr. Chong, you are unmuted. If you could state your name and address for records, please.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Felix Chong from DTAH Architects. Our office is located at 50 Park Road.
Okay, thank you. And members, there are folks to speak to this application. I just wanted to highlight that there are 2 variances and 2 letters of concern. Mr. Chong, if you wouldn't mind providing us with a brief presentation on the merits of your case before we hear from the neighbors.
Yes, of course. If staff can pull up the presentation that we submitted, that'd be appreciated. Yes. So if you go to the second page, I'll just give a quick overview of the project. So the school is located at the end of BAYCREST Avenue, adjacent to BAYCREST Park. As you can see, there's currently an existing school occupying the site. So this proposal, as was mentioned, intends to replace it with a new elementary school for kindergarten to grade 8 students, along with a childcare facility. Next page, please. So from this site plan, you can see the school is composed of a 2-story main building with the 1-story childcare facility to the east and a 1-story entrance to the north. These lowered portions of the building were designed to respect the surrounding residential neighborhood. We have cited the school to maintain a group of existing mature trees and raise landform along BAYCREST Avenue. And the U-shaped 2-story school is positioned south of the landform, which provides a buffer to the neighboring residences. The main outdoor play area and sports fields are located towards the south. So as mentioned, we are seeking 2 variances, one of which is for a reduced setback along the west property line. So the required setbacks are dashed in red on this plan. And the school is actually well within those setbacks. The variance we're seeking is related to the garbage enclosure just west of the drop-off loop, which is labeled to the top left of the plan. We're requesting a 1.5 or 1.8 meter setback as opposed to the 5.08 meter minimum that is required. So we've worked with the city's solid waste management department to determine the best location for this enclosure and have provided various options. This was the chosen approach and has been endorsed by the city. The main reason is the need for proper vehicular access, which the drop-off loop provides, while keeping surface parking compact and preserving the maximum number of existing trees on site. So to soften the impact, we're proposing for the enclosure to have a masonry cladding similar to that of the school, and also be screened on the outside with planting. Next page, please. So the second variance we are seeking is related to the building height. The maximum allowable height here is 9.5 meters, and we're asking for 10.16 meters, which is an increase of 660 millimeters. So if you can see on this plan, maybe if you zoom in a bit onto these elevation markers towards the right, the difference is highlighted in red. The reason for this request is to maintain typical clear heights within the school, taking into account drop ceilings for mechanical and electrical equipment, as well as a green roof in accordance with Toronto Green Standard requirements. The site is also unique in terms of where the established grade is measured. As you can see from the elevation markers, the established grade is lower than the actual grade for construction by about 900 millimeters, which lowers the effective maximum allowable building height. Next page, please. So if you go to the next page, you can see that there's a section cut through the going north-south through the landform, which again provides a buffer for the kindergarten play area. But you can also kind of see on the right side, it shows how the established grade sits much lower on the site. And if you can keep going through the presentation, the rest of it are just basically renderings to give everybody a sense of the school and the look of it. So that's an interior view of the area. This is a view of the front of the school looking south. The next rendering shows a little bit of the garbage enclosure on the bottom right corner, which again will be clad and screened with planting. And if you keep going, this is a view from the back looking north, which also kind of highlights the mid-block connection across from Sultana Avenue to the park. And if you keep going, I think the rest are renderings of the building entry, so how we're maintaining existing trees and adding planting to the main entry. And the next and last image is a view from the entry of the child care facility. So thank you everybody for your time, and we're open to answering any questions.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Members, do you have any questions? Okay, if there are none noted, let's call the first speaker, who might be here in person, Viviana Vumbaka. Is Viviana here? Or online, perhaps? We could just double check because they're not here in person. Not here. Okay, we'll remove them from the list. The next person, Helena Faustine Raimondo. She's trying to log in? Okay. And the other two folks, I think, are from the TDSB. Let me just double check. A Larry Silver or a Maria Rizzo. Maybe they are just here in support, but I want to just double check. Let's unmute Larry Silver first, just to double check.
My name is Larry Silva. I'm with the Toronto Catholic District School Board in the Capital Development Department.
Okay, and so
I'm here just as a support for the architect in case anything comes up that the board needs to address.
Okay, thank you for that and for clarifying. And let's then move on to Maria Rizzo.
Members and Madam Chair, I would like to speak to this matter. May I do that now, or
Yes,
just tell me when
you may. If you could state your address as well, and then.
My address would be the school board, Toronto Catholic District School Board. I'm a school trustee on the board, and the address is 80 Sheppard Avenue East.
Thank you. You may proceed. Go ahead and speak.
It's my understanding that there are no issues. I haven't heard any of the other complaints. I've only seen 2 of the letters that are in the submissions in the reports online. But I don't believe that any of those issues are related to any of the variances or the 2 variances that the school board is requesting. So I just want to, I don't want to be technical because the architect has pretty well told you everything that I believe you need to know about this. I just need to tell you that we have the children from the St. Margaret Catholic School divided now into 2 different campuses, one on the east side of Bathurst, one on the west side of Bathurst. The kids are, the older kids are in the secondary school, Sir Sanford Fleming, which we share with the Toronto District School Board at this time. There are kids, so the St. Margaret site on Carmichael will remain a school building, and the student population will be divided in half. Those that live pretty well west of Bathurst will be going to the school on Baycrest, and the ones living northeast of Bathurst will be going to the St. Margaret community. I just want to tell you that this has been a very, very, very long process. We've had to secure the lands from the Toronto District School Board through Toronto Lands. We have dealt with the province of Ontario to get approvals, which they have approved on this particular site. We have gone through the city. It takes 3 years to get a site plan. And I'm really hoping that we could get on with the work of making sure that these kids have a very good and safe little school community in this particular neighborhood to address the needs of the students. I am really, really excited about this particular school, and I hope that the minor variances, and they are, in my view, minor, will be adopted, and we can continue through the process of site plan and getting a shovel in the ground.
Okay, thank you.
And by the way, thank you, members, for all your service. I needed to say that. As a former city councillor, I say to you, I know how hard people, do their homework, look at the reports, and all the kind of work that you do to make sure that you make good decisions for the city. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you so much on behalf of the members here, Ms. Rizzo. We appreciate that. Members, do you have any questions at all for this speaker? All right, there being none, let's go back to Helena Faustino Raimondo if she is there. She has not been able to log back in. There's nothing else. Okay, and she's not in here, so unfortunately we've tried. Let's move on then to back to Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong, are you there? And you've heard, from, I guess it's just an area of support. I have not seen anyone else contesting for this, or they've not been able to come on board. Were there any letters written? There's 2 letters of concerns. Yeah, if you just want to post them just to at least see who they were from. And that way, I'm sure that Mr. Chong has seen these letters already. And one of them is a Jeffrey Berg.
Yes, we've we've read through both letters, correct.
You just show this second letter on for the committee members to see. And in there we do have Helena's letter where she's saying, I've received the letter in the mail, would like to reserve the comments until a new map is sent. She didn't think it was legible to read. She does not, perhaps maybe at the end of this hearing, she would have at least have heard from the agent himself, which would have explained things. She does not bring up any other technical issues. Okay, so that being said, Mr. Chong, is there anything else you'd like to say to address the committee members before they take this into committee for decision making?
No, just thank you everyone for your service, and yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, you've heard everything, and we do have 2 variances. You've seen the 2 letters of concern. You've seen from Ms. Rizzo sort of the reasons as to why to support. Can I get a motion on this application? Motion from Member Attarodi.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair. I carefully listened to the applicant, to Ms. Rizzo, and also other neighbors. So I've been convinced that this is very minor, and therefore I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no condition.
Okay, motion from Member Attarodi to approve this application without condition, seconded by Member Hunt. All those in favor? And this application has been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
And then now let's move on to item number 22. That is 680 Coldstream Avenue. 680 Coldstream Avenue, members, we've got 1 variance on here. As well, we've got an agent, Clifford Hewitt. Clifford Hewitt, are you there? The agent, sorry. So there's no one to speak to this application. Danielle Orsini is the agent, sorry. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Cliff Hewitt. I'm the owner of 680 Coldstream Avenue, M6B 2L7.
Okay, so you will present today, I presume?
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
Not a problem. You may not need to present. Let's just double check because there's no one to speak to this application. Members, this is to increase a pre-approved height. It has only 1 variance. Do you require a presentation on this application? There being none, Mr. Hewitt, is there anything you'd like to tell members before they take this into committee for decision making?
Yes, I'd like to speak on it. I'd like to speak so I can let them know where I'm coming from.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Cliff Hewitt. Along with my wife and two boys, we've lived at 680 Coldstream for over 20 years. I'm not an architect nor a designer. We decided to build this garage because it was well overdue and not a necessity. We hired a designer to guide us in the garage projects so as to limit the mistakes we might make without design experience. After our footings and blocks were installed, we were ready to start the framing. My neighbor across the street came over to see the progress and said we'd have an issue with the height of the steel beam down the center of the garage. It was too low for the garage rails and door opener. After all, he's a retired carpenter. I presented some information on the tracks and a garage door company. I spoke with the designer and he agreed that the beam was too low and spec'd a taller beam over the garage door opening. This has set me back a substantial amount of money for this taller beam and, more importantly, time to rectify this problem. In my supporting material that I presented, you will see pictures of garages in my neighborhood with addresses attached of similar size and height, with two being taller, one at 589 GLENCAIRN and one at 640 Glengrove. Also added are the pictures of construction going on at the bottom of my street and all along Marley Avenue. I also added the city study about gentrification in the area because of the subway GLENCAIRN that's underutilized. I've reached out to my neighbors and, more importantly, the ones adjacent to me who support the additional height request. I don't have forestry, transportation, or shadowing issues of any kind. There is no staff report. I have read the Committee of Adjustment Information Center regarding the 4 tests the committee makes their decisions on. 1, is it minor in nature? I'm asking for minor height increase. 2, appropriate change. Material presented show that there are structures the same height in the neighborhood, and behind my property are triplexes, so shadowing or blocking of sunlight wouldn't be an issue. 3, meets the general intent of the zoning bylaw. My setbacks on this project were 12 inches. I increased them to 4 feet from the property line. Meets the general intent of the city plan. My supporting material shows that the neighborhood character is definitely changing with all the construction and development happening around my street. I'm building a garage that was designed to fit into the neighborhood. Nothing has changed other than the new height requested since the last time I was in front of this committee, where I received unanimous decision. If I knew this was a problem, I'm hoping this committee will see this really as a minor in nature and meets the 4 tests that I can continue on with my garage project before the weather stops me. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. And I'd just like to add, my neighbor or neighbors across the street, I think they're trying to log in for support. It's at 677 Coldstream Avenue, and Mrs. and Mr. Chivallo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. We don't see anyone else trying to, let me just see if they are noted on here. But members, do you have any questions at all? If there are no other questions, let's just double check here that there is but are we allowed to take them at the last minute like that? All right, not a problem. So let's bring on, there is maybe I'll ask the application technicians who's waiting on the line. State.
Through you, Madam Chair, there is a Jennifer Schiavo online.
Okay. Jennifer, are you there? If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi. Yes, Jennifer Schiavo. I live at 677 Coldstream Avenue.
Yes, and what would you like to say about the application?
I just agree with the extra height.
Okay, so there's nothing else that you'd like to add? That was...
No, just here to support.
All right. Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. So let's just take it right back to the applicant here. I don't see anyone else that's on here. So Mr. Hewitt, are you back there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, thank you. So is there anything else that you'd like to share with us before we take this into committee for decision making?
No, the only thing is, all kidding aside, if I'd known I was going to be this long, I would have fired that designer. Now I'm going into the winter season.
All right. That'll be a private matter that you can work out, I'm sure, outside. So members, do you have any questions? Member Manning? If not, motion, please.
I'd like to make a motion if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I think this is fairly minor. I think it's in keeping with the neighborhood. I'd like to make a motion to approve this application with no conditions.
Okay, motion for Member Manning to approve this application without conditions, seconded by Member Attarodi. All those in favor? And your application has been unanimously approved. Thank you.
Thank you. You set the bar high.
All right. What I'd like to do now, because I think we should take a bit of a break, but what I'd like to do is let's go back to item number 26, because I don't know that the person ever returned, and let's deal with this deferral before we take a break. So item number 26 is 278 Burnett Avenue. No, was it Belgravia or Burnett? Burnett, right? All right. And is Fausto Cortese still there, sir?
I am still here, yes.
Right. Now, as you left off, you had explained why you needed a deferral. Can you just quickly remind in one sentence to the members what was the reason for the deferral again?
Yes, we needed some time to address some planning comments. We feel that we've satisfied planning, or they've said that they're satisfied. However, we didn't have enough time to provide public notice of the changes, and therefore we needed to defer in order to provide the public notice, the proper amount of public notice.
Okay, and we've given ample time for Alicia or Alesha Corneli to join us. She's still not there. I'm just trying to confirm. If you can come on the mic and...
Through you, Madam Chair, Lizia Connelly has not joined the WebEx.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Brisraj, for that confirmation. So members, there's no one to speak to this item. You've heard the concerns of, Mr. Cortese, who needs this deferral and the reasons he specified. Can I get a motion on this deferral? Motion from Member Manning.
Motion to approve the deferral.
Okay, and seconded
Sine die.
Thank you. Seconded by Member Bartolo. All those in favor? Okay, and this motion to defer this application has been approved. It's successful. You can go ahead and defer this application sine die. Thank you.
Thank you, committee. Does committee know what address the person who wanted to speak was from?
We have a 52 Addington Avenue.
52 Addington.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. And let's take a 10-minute break. We'll see you back at 4:10, everyone, and we'll start with item number 24.
undisturbed to speak. Neighbors, but just I spoke to someone. If I wanted
So I need all of you.
that person, this person. Okay. And the other lady that came by said that if there's something that you wish to say that may not be covered by the others.
If you have the form, just give it to me. Oh, here.
Give the form.
I'll ask members to come back as we try to resume today's session. Okay, just asking members to come back so that we can get started again. I'll ask Council Chambers, please, if everyone can have a seat. We're going to restart the session, please, if I can have everyone's cooperation. And silence to get started. Members, we're ready? We're going to get started again on item number 24. Item number 24 is 301 Keewatin Avenue. Please note that this is members. Oh, am I looking at, sorry, 8 Greenyards Drive. Sorry, Mr. Benskowski, I'm just giving out your address left, right, and center here. So it's 8 Greenyards Drive. We've got Jonathan Benskowski on the line. If you can come on and state your name, and I've already stated your address. Please go ahead.
Yes, Jonathan Benskowski, Madam Chair.
All right, no problem. And so we've got members, somebody here to speak to this item. Online, but they're not here. Actually, we weren't able to get a hold of them. Members, I want you to know that there are 7 variances. There might be some revisions to this application, but there's nothing else noted from staff or staff report or anything like that. Mr. Benskowski, are you making revisions that you need to log out loud to the committee right now?
I am, Madam Chair.
Yes, if you can state what those are right now, that would be helpful.
So after consultation with forestry, we have pushed the stairs back as well as the dwelling. So what that has done is it will alter variance number 3, which is for the stair width. So the stair width will now be 5.18 meters.
Okay, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes, variance number 3, as per the public notice, will now be reduced to 5.18 meters.
Okay, everyone got that? Okay, and what's the next change?
That's it, Madam Chair.
That's it. Okay, not a problem. Now, it seems that we did have the individual who's here to speak to it did join us online. So, Mr. Benskowski, if you don't mind just giving us a brief presentation on the merits of your case. While we'll hear from the area resident on this. Thank you.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. So we can kind of break the variances down into 2 parts. One deals with the access and the driveway, as well as the combined width through the front wall, as well as the side main wall heights. In relation to the proposed driveway width, as well as the combined width of the entrances through the front main wall. In this instance, this is a 60-foot wide lot, or some 18 plus meters. In terms of how that's able to accommodate it, all the while, again, committee having compliance with the front yard landscaping provisions. So there is no request for a reduction to the front yard landscaping provisions of the zoning bylaw. What you can see here, what we've done to reduce the impact of that driveway is we have put a green island, if you can see, between 2 of the spaces. So what that does is that visually breaks up that actual hardscape surface as it would address Greenyards itself. This is, again, a extremely wide lot, I would say, of 60 feet or some 18 plus meters. This is a neighborhood that is experiencing some change. There are newer dwellings being built, and for the evolution, we will see more dwellings, in my opinion, that mimic this. In terms of the side main wall height, if we could go to one of the side elevations, that side main wall height, in essence, is really truly a flat, that's fine there. It's really a flat 8 meters, not the 8.34. That 8.34 is only for those 3 windows that are articulated on both sides. The actual mass of that side is at 8 meters. The coverage is at 32%, which is not tied to any type of building length, building depth, or side yard or front or rear yard setback. The dwelling as it faces the street is as per the zoning bylaw for height. The only height request is for those side main walls. In terms of the projection for the rear deck, that deck is appropriated only on a portion of the first floor. It does not span full. And again, with the compliance with that side yard setback, I don't see any issue with privacy overlook to those adjacent neighbors. I'd be happy to hear what the neighbor has to say and address some of the concerns that they might have.
All right, thank you for that. Members, do you have any questions? Okay, there being none, let's hear from the neighbor who had just logged in at the last moment. And we've got a Cynthia Robertson or a Bruce Robertson. One of them has to come online. If you can state your name and address for the record, please. Cynthia or?
Through you, Madam Chair, it seems we did have Cynthia Robinson logged in for a second, but she does not seem to be here right now.
Okay, so maybe she's changed her mind again. All right, so then let's leave it at that. Members, do you have any final questions of Mr. Benskowski? If not, Mr. Benskowski, is there anything final that you'd like to say before we take this into committee for decision making? Members, there's 7 variances, and there was 1 revision made today by Mr. Benskowski. Can I get a motion, please? Member Manning.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think these 7 variances are minor and meet the 4-part test. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the application with the following change to variance number 3, that the stair width is now 5.18 meters and no other conditions.
Great. Member Manning with a motion to approve this application with those changes or modifications made by the applicant here today, seconded by Member Hunt. All those in favor? Your application has been unanimously approved with those conditions. Thank you. Members, let's turn our attention to item number 25 now, and that's 11 Orchard Court. Members, there is no one here to speak to this application. And let's take a look here. This is an application to extend and enlarge an existing deck at the rear of an existing single-family dwelling. There's only 2 variances. Let's get the agent out, Haim Rabak. Haim Rabak, are you there? Mr. Rabak, are you there? If you can state your name and address for our records, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, we've unmuted Haim Rabak.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Rabak. Perhaps you're unmuted, so I'm not sure if you're hearing us or if you can unmute yourself and speak. If not, we're going to have to probably ask you to log out and log back in. If there are technical difficulties while we move on to the next application, we'll come back to you right after this is done, as we don't want to waste any more time. So let's, members, number 25 is on hold. Let's get back to now the next item, because number 26 and 27 have been deferred. Let's move to item number 28. Number 28 is 28 Ellison Avenue. Members, 28 Ellison Avenue is an application to construct a two-story front addition and a second-story addition above the garage. There's no one to speak to this application. There's two variances. Let's bring out Drew Laszlo. Mr. Laszlo, if you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner. My address is 193 Rowe Avenue.
Okay, thank you so much. Members, do you feel we require a presentation for this application? They're shaking their heads. Mr. Laszlo, do you want to say any last items before we move into committee for decision making?
No, I'm good for the moment unless anybody else has any questions. Thank you.
For sure. Members, do you have any questions of Mr. Laszlo? If not, let's take this into committee for decision making. Two variances, nothing else. Member Bartolo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I reviewed this application. I don't see any adverse impacts on the local neighborhood. I think it's in keeping nature with what's happening. I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application without condition.
Okay, Member Bartolo with a motion to approve this application as is, seconded by Member Hunt. All those in favor? And this application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Members, let me just double check. Is number 25 back on or no? Okay, let's see if we can, if his name is back on. And that is item number 25, Haim Rabak. Haim Rabak, are you there? Wake up. Okay, let's move on. Perhaps he will be able to log out, log back in, or something happened. If not, we'll come back to that, and let's move on to the very next application, which is 292 St. Clements Avenue. That is application number 29. Okay, so application number 29, we've got Ali Shams on the line. Mr. Shams, are you there? I'm thinking you...
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi, Madam Chair.
How are you? And can you state your name and address for the records, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Ali Shams from ArcDesign Architects, and I am the applicant and architect for this application. My address is 5 Shepherd Avenue East, Unit 4325, North York, Ontario.
Okay, thank you so much for that. There's quite a number of folks to speak to this application. I had taken it that you wanted to defer, but you've changed your mind. If you do want to defer still, you can let us know. But if not, please provide us with a brief presentation on the merits of your application, because we do have quite a number of folks that wish to speak to this application here.
Sure. No, Madam Chair, I don't want to defer this application anymore because I spoke with the owner of this property, and we want to make some modification to the application, which I'll elaborate on later on in this presentation.
Well, how about you actually tell us what these changes are, and then you can go into the presentation as well. So tell us what the changes are.
The changes are to the two variances of 4 and 5. I'm going to remove the variance for wood deck at the back. I believe it is number 4.
So variance number 4, you're saying you wish to eliminate variance number 4?
Yes, eliminate number 4, and we are going to modify variance number 5.
Yes.
From 15.32 square meters to 10 square meters.
So number 4 gets eliminated, and number 5 is reduced to 10 square meters.
That's right.
Any other changes, sir?
No.
Okay, so out of 5 variances, you're now down to 4 variances, and you've even modified 1. Let's see what the neighbors would have to say, but please present the merits of your case, and we'll hear from the neighbors.
Sure. If we have the presentation on screen, I'll start my presentation.
Yes.
The
They'll get that up,
supporting
so
material.
continue.
The supporting material. So I believe this is a straightforward application. First of all, the proposal meets the 4 tests, I believe. Besides, we are not setting a precedence in this neighborhood. All the variances are precedented. We haven't received any concerns or comments from the planning department on this application, so I believe this is a minor variance application and decent for the appropriate development of this lot. So before starting our schematic design, we carefully studied the approved variances of the decision. You can see on the screen all the approved variances, the same as ours, highlighted in orange, and the ones which are highlighted in green are the requested variances. So we studied all the variances, and we figured out that we can design a building by these variances in mind. So on the next page, I am going to show you each variance comparison table in detail. On variance number 1, we are requesting for a higher FSI floor space index. On the zone, we are permitted for 0.6 times the area of the lot, but we are proposing 0.87 times the area of the lot. And on the fields that are highlighted in orange, you can see that approved FSIs are higher than ours, 0.894, 1.8, 1.183 for both 222 St. Clements Avenue and 151 St. Clements Avenue. These 2 applications were approved just last year, 2022. So if we move along to the next page, for variance number 2, we are requesting 86 centimeters of more of building length. So this 86 centimeters is precedented. Even longer building length has been approved by the committee of adjustment before. For example, 342 Royal Hill Avenue, the same lot frontage has an approval of 20.65 meters. Excuse me.
All right. I would probably.
Orange Parkway.
I'm gonna ask you to quickly summarize in a few seconds because we're out of time, but I did interrupt you a bit, so that's why I gave you a little extra time. But please, if you can summarize, and we'll get back to you with more questions that will help you get to the heart of the matter.
Sure. The building, I wanted to speak about the building length variances. So I would like to hear the objections for this application. Then I'll explain on that, in response.
Okay, perfect. So that being said, members, do you have any questions at all for this agent, Mr. Shams? Okay. If not, let's start with the speakers that are here to speak to the application. And I do want to say to the speakers to please, if there is someone who is representing your group, because this is quite a large group, and we can't have folks sort of repeating the same points over and over. It will not advance your case. So if there is someone who wants to represent the group, and there's a couple extra who want to share their concerns that's different from what has already been stated, then feel free to come forward. If not, you can decline to comment further. And also, please note that he has revised the application, removing variance number 4 and reducing variance number 5. So if there's still concerns apart from that, please also let us know. So let's start with the first person here, and you can let us know if you still wish to speak or not. A Haley Flom or a Michael Flom? Well, first of all, they might be on video, right? They're virtual, so let's start with the only person I've got listed in person here, but let's just double check. I've got a couple here. Julie Schillinger, let's see if that, yeah. Yes. And yes, please, you're up first. Yes, and the mic should be on already, so go ahead.
Okay.
If you can state your name and address for the record.
Okay. I had a presentation as well that I submitted. No, that's not mine. That's the architect's. You can leave that picture up if you want.
They'll continue, but your time is ticking, so how
Sorry,
about
okay, can I have my presentation, please? My name is Julie Schillinger. I'm at 289 St. Clements. I live across the street. My biggest concern is that these variances are not minor in nature, and I'm very concerned about the reasons for justification from the developer and the architect. In the letters of support, they use the terms slightly exceeds, slightly beyond, minor deviations. 24 letters of objections disagree. You please, as the committee, take note. I know that's a lot of objection letters. This is normally, traditionally, a two-story street. So to have 3 stories to be the new bylaw, that's fine. But the house overall on a 25-foot lot is too big. It's too long, it's too wide, and that platform is so disrespectful of the surrounding neighbors. This is what we're concerned about. I had a slide, but it's not there. I am concerned very much about going beyond 17 meters in length. The applicant is asking for 17.86 meters. The architect just said 0.86 centimeters. He's asking for 0.86 meters, which is about 3 feet. You might think that 3 feet isn't very much, but on a 25-foot wide lot, these houses do, having had it happen to me and many of my neighbors, it obstructs your view, it ruins your sunlight, it affects the quality of your backyard life. It is very much a negative effect and not minor in nature, because when you add the 3 feet extra length plus the deck, you're well into the middle of the backyard, if not more, and it really does affect 292 and 294. My slide still isn't there?
You're doing great, though.
I had a slide? Okay, I'd love to use my slide.
I want you to know that we have that in our package. We review it beforehand, so please continue.
My concern is that in the presentation of the architect and the developer, they justify the need for the extra length is to provide sleek living spaces. I have never seen that phrase in any official document that the city has produced. Sleek living spaces is not relevant. Many of the precedents that were given in that earlier presentation by the architect, he used 50-foot wide lots, not relevant. We must compare apples to apples. This is a 25-foot lot. We live really close to each other. We have shared driveways. We live so close together. We must get along. We must talk to developers before they build in order that their building can go forward. We know they're going to have a new house. That's great. But 3 feet longer in length, it doesn't work in this neighborhood on a 25-foot lot. They also justify the length because the developer says that it is probable that 294, right next door on the west, will someday add an extension. Not relevant as a justification for a variance. I don't have that crystal ball, and neither does he. He never spoke to the neighbor at 294 to show him his drawings and renderings. Okay, so they've stricken variance 4. Variance 5, that's great that they've reduced it to 10 meters. This is egregious. It is a supersized platform at 10 meters. When this is built, it will overlook all of the north side of St. Clements and all of the south side of Briar Hill. It will become the lookout point and will massively affect privacy. There is no need to have a platform off the 3rd-story primary bedroom of 10 square meters. He's welcome to build it at 4 meters squared. That's the bylaw. He's allowed to do that. He can have this 3rd story. Great. Stay within the bylaw. That's our concern. Constantly throughout the presentation of the architect that's now posted and the support letter that was a form letter signed by some neighbors, he justifies all of his minor variances for modern design. Neighborhood trends are changing. That's fine, but stay within the bylaws. We don't oppose the design of this home in any way. That's freedom of expression as guaranteed by the charter. But when you go too wide, when you go too long, and you add a massive overlook through this huge platform, you adversely affect all the neighbors. And this is what we're upset with on a 25-foot lot. And so lastly, in the architect's presentation I didn't finish, he has a lot of pictures of beautiful modern homes in the neighborhood. Not all of them are within anywhere near this block, but some of them are. One is my neighbor at 291. Her developer didn't need to come to committee. Not a minor variance was needed. He stayed within 17 meters length. He stayed within the height. Didn't ask for more setbacks. Her home is stunning, it's modern, it's beautiful. Every neighbor in the house, in the street comments on it. They can build a beautiful home, and they will, but please restrict them to stay within the bylaws because we are in 25-foot lots, not the 50-foot lots they use for precedence in chart after chart after chart. They repeatedly use homes on Oriole Parkway, not near this house, that are on a hill that overlook the North Toronto Memorial Park. Not relevant justifications for minor variances.
Okay,
and so
I'm
finally,
gonna have to
I'm going to
stop
sum up.
you there.
My final one is, you never got my presentation, but my final one is, in the architect's presentation that he didn't get to finish, he talks about justifying the minor variances for architectural harmony because the neighborhood is becoming more modern. We would like neighborhood harmony. Please talk to the neighbors in your revisions, in your designs.
Okay.
The
I'm gonna
developer
stop you
never
there.
spoke to
I'm
the
gonna
neighbor
ask
on the
you
west
to
side.
stop there
Okay.
right now.
So
Let's
thank you.
respect the timing, okay?
Thank you. I would have loved
Thank
my
you.
presentation to have been available.
That's
Thank
okay.
you.
I've
Thank
told
for
you
your
already.
time.
It was available to us, so we were able to see that, and we heard you really clearly. Members, do you have any questions of Ms. Schillinger? Okay, and that will probably end up reducing time to others as well. This is really a lot, so we have to be cognizant of that despite the concerns that you do have. So now we've got the next person who is in person is Aurora Lee. Aurora Lee, if you can state your name and address and try not to repeat the points that have already been made. Please let us know if there's any new points.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of committee. My name is Aurora Lee. I live at 294 St. Clements Avenue. Thank you for putting up my presentation, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to voice our concerns regarding 292 St. Clements Demolish and Rebuild project. First, I would like to highlight a few important points. One, as immediate neighbor, we were never been shown the plan or communicated by the applicant or their agent. We were completely blindsided. Two, as you can see on the second slide, there are 20+ objection letters from the close-by neighborhood. This clearly shows that the proposal is against the community's interest. All the support are from pretty far away from the application. There are only two within the 60 meters radius. Three, this is mentioned, so I won't mention it again. Now I'm going to talk about the variances. Can we go to the next slide? Next one. Yep. Variance 3, side yard setback. Right now, the two houses, 294 and 292, are very close. With the proposed only 0.66 meter setback, average person cannot access between the two houses. The bylaw will at least guarantee access. This is a major difference. Next slide, please. Also, this is not an improvement. Existing setbacks is grandfathered and it's not relevant here. Existing setback between the two houses are fully covered by eaves, so there is no maintenance needed right now between 294 and 292. With the proposal, there will be an uncovered gap between the two houses. Access is needed for shoveling, waterproofing, animal rescue, etc. Allowing this variance will cause major drainage and flooding issues to our property because it will stop us from doing regular maintenance. Next slide, please. The foundation of most houses on St. Clements are on bedrocks and were built almost 100 years ago. The basement are 7 feet at most. The application is asking for more than 10 feet basement plus foundation. A deeper excavation will lead to shifts and fractures in the foundation of our property if it's too close by to our property. So this variance should not be allowed. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to talk about variance 1 for FSI. The applicant is asking for a 46% increase from the limit, which is the size of 2 condos in Toronto. This is not minor. Again, we are talking about a 25-feet lot. Next slide, please. With this FSI, the building is way too tall and way too long. This variance will put our property, 294, in complete shadow of 292. This will reduce our property's exposure to sunlight, slow down snow melting, and severely impact our family's well-being and mental health. Next slide, please. This FSI is achieved with a 3rd floor. This will make our chimney height in violation of Ontario Building Code. Also, a chimney too tall will push smoke back into our house. This is extremely dangerous to our property, our family's health, and even lives. Next slide, please. For variance 2, as mentioned before, this is a very tall and long proposal. It will put our home in complete shadow. Please also note the number 17.86 is not including the overhang piece on the 2nd floor. Next slide, please. Considering the height of this proposal, this variance is completely obstructing our newly renovated backyard, intruding our privacy and blocking our bedroom's natural lighting and heating. This variance hugely impacts our quality of life, privacy, safety, well-being, and mental health. Next slide, please. This slide after. Thank you. The last variance. The proposal has now 10 square meters patio. This is almost 3 times more than allowed maximum. They can easily host large gatherings with a wet bar. Very handy.
I'll ask you to summarize.
All right. In conclusion, I think all the variances are extremely impacting our safety, privacy, physical and mental health, and they are putting our property at risk. We respectfully urge the community to reject all the variances, and we thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you for that. Members, do you have any questions?
Just a quick.
Yes, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to clarify, are you the neighbor on the west side of the subjected property?
Yes.
So you are
294.
294, correct?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let's move on to the next speaker that we've got in here. And we've got a David Coulter. David Coulter, are you here? Is there anything differently that you would like to share? Just want to double check who is David Coulter. That's you? Okay, so it's been covered in what they've said already? All right, so David Coulter is here and he is from, sorry, if you can state your address for us. 301 St. Clements. So I'm just saying it out loud for YouTube to hear. Okay, and then we've got a William Clark next.
I need not speak. 295 St. Clements.
William Clark of 295 St. Clements is here. His items were covered as well. All right, and a Murray Brooksbank. Yes, please come forward, sir.
Thank you.
And your address, please.
My name is Murray Brooksbank, and I'm here with my wife, Margaret Sinclair. We live at 305 Briar Hill. That's immediately to the north and 3 properties to the west of the subject property.
Sure.
I won't go through the massing of the house, the size, and the impact on the immediate neighbors, but I would comment on the fact that given climate change and our need to reduce our carbon footprint, when we look at the footprints of houses, we have to maximize our landscaping and trees and vegetation to do that. And increasingly, we're being asked to add a bigger footprint. And that footprint is becoming exceptional already with stormwater management in the neighborhood, in my backyard at times. So I think we have to be a little bit more disciplined in how we look at bylaws.
To me, and I've been in a number of committees of adjustment, I've lived in the neighborhood for 40 years, and I've helped neighbors respond to various requests. And oftentimes I feel that a bylaw is a point of negotiation with whomever. And to me, they should be rules and laws that you adhere to before you get into a committee of adjustment. Admittedly, there may be minor things. These requests that are being asked for here are not minor. The word minor seems to be a matter of opinion.
Yeah.
And I don't, certainly having experience with the various adjustments over the years, I think the bylaw, interpretation of the bylaw has to be much more disciplined. And in this particular case, it's an exceptional abuse of the word bylaw. I won't antagonize you anymore, but...
It's not antagonizing whatsoever. This is helpful information for us to, make decisions. So you raised some good points that we've noted.
Can I add one further comment?
Yes, sure.
I spent most of my professional career dealing with Great Lakes water quality and the designated areas of concern on the Great Lakes, including the Toronto waterfront. A lot of that relates how you manage your watersheds. And the Greenbelt is symptomatic of a problem with how you manage watersheds. But it's individual homeowners also have their responsibility. You harden surface, you discharge water, you remove the capacity to assimilate water, you create problems, and we're all paying for it. We're paying for it on the Toronto waterfront, where we have huge underground caverns to capture stormwater now to send it to the sewage treatment plant. And we all pay these costs sooner or later, so we might have to be much more disciplined in how we treat our bylaws.
Yeah, very good points. Thank you very much for that. Okay, now I don't know that we got through everybody that I'm seeing sitting here. So maybe if you can come up and state your name and address, because I don't think I have you registered here in person. Maybe you're online, but let's see.
Yeah, I did send a message saying I would be attending in person.
Okay.
So I'm Judy Taylor.
Judy Taylor. Okay.
297 St. Clements
Yes,
Avenue.
you're here. We just didn't know if you were in person or not. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of the information has already been covered about the concerns we have in the neighborhood about this proposed construction. If you look at the number of letters that came in supporting it, and the letters compared to the letters that opposed it, you look at the locations. It's clear that some of the supporting the supporting letters are not from within our community. They're a kilometer away. One house doesn't exist. One's a semi-detached. One like in Forest Hill. 3 of the letters had no addresses. So it's very difficult to respond to those letters. They also appear to be a form letter that did not specifically address some of the issues that were raised. But the big thing I wanted to talk about here was when we look at the application that was made, there's a clear statement that says, why is it not possible to comply? That is on the application that either the architect or the owner put in. The answer was only to list the variances they want. There's no reason for them not to comply. There's no tree that's in the way. They're not doing anything to better the neighborhood by asking for these variances, which we've already said are not minor in nature. This is partially because they adversely affect the neighboring properties. I went through this on my property. I'm across the street. I have one of these large new builds beside me, and they were allowed to have the smaller setback on the side, which meant when they hit my house 3 times and damaged the foundation, I was told by the city it's a civil case. I have to sue to try to get the $8,000 back for the damage that they did to my property because they were not required to have the proper setback for new construction. We have our basement floods because we were undermined by the house next door. If you think about having this small space between the 2 buildings, the way the footings are come down, there's no place for the weeping tile. So on that side of the house, the weeping tile is under the new build. So their water goes directly into our basement. We also have a situation where with that small setback, they can no longer access their 20 by 30 foot wall that's on the edge of my property. So when they need to come in and do any repairs, and they've already done a full repair of the a stucco and they'll have to come back because it's coming off again. They have to use my driveway and they have to do the work from my yard and they set up their scaffolding in my gardens. And that is not a minor variance that is for the better of the neighborhood. And if we allow it to be done again, just because it's been done once or been done twice, doesn't mean that it makes it minor in nature. It's still adversely affecting the neighboring properties and our ability to enjoy living in this neighborhood. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions? If not, let's go to did I cover everyone here that's in-house? I mean, I see a couple other folks. Yes, please come. You're the owner. Okay, you're not ready. We're not ready yet. We've got to listen to some other folks online. So let's just see if there's a Haley or Michael Flom. And again, if you are there, if you can state your name and address for the records, please. And then please, if there's points that have already been covered, it's okay to say that you don't need to say anything further. Please just state new points. But go ahead, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Michael Flom, 290 St. Clements Avenue.
Right.
I'm the adjacent neighbor to the east. And I won't belabor the points that my community has already brought forward. I agree with everyone wholeheartedly. But I just have to make it clear that when I bought my house with my wife and with my two children that are 5 and 7 years old, we had this inherent idea that we'd be able to enjoy our life indoors and outdoors on our property. The size of this proposed new build is egregious. Even by bringing back that second level deck in the back from 15.3 meters to 10 meters, it's still like way out of whack. They'll be looking on top of my backyard. They'll be looking into the back of my house. There'll be an entire loss of privacy. I don't think that privacy screens is a solution. It'll block out all of the light. I won't be able to grow anything in my garden. My kids will be playing in the shadows. And, I just really hope that that the committee, takes into account all that's been said and that these proposed variances are denied and that my neighbor can adjust his plans and be able to accommodate his neighbors and the community a little bit better.
Okay, thank you. Members, do you have any questions? All right, if not, let's move on to Alan Zweig or Vicky Kilpatrick Isley, one of you from 284.
Through you, Madam Chair, they're not currently at the hearing.
So I'll remove them from the list. And then finally, we've got a William Clark. William Clark? Oh, sorry, you just did it. Okay, right, yes, okay. Yes, I do see you're here. Okay, here we go. All right, so that being said, we can bring the agent back out, but I do have the owner here who wishes to speak, and as per committee rules, yes?
If the owner has allocated the 5 minutes to the agent, that's it, unless members have questions of the owner.
Well, what we could do is split the time if you feel that you do want to address some things, we could split the time between you and Mr. Shams. Feel free, and we can start timing because I do see that you're here in person and you want to address some of these things, and you're a very brave man at this moment. So let's see what happens. So go ahead. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes. This is Amin Mokhtari. I'm the owner of 292 St. Clements Avenue.
Yes.
Toronto, Ontario, 4R1H5. Good afternoon, committee members and everyone here. And thanks for your service all these years for the City of Toronto. Before I speak to variances, I will note that there is no public department or agency, included city staff, concern or comments on this application. And actually, we are a little surprised of level of pushback we are getting from the neighbors, because I talked to neighbors my adjacent neighbor on the east side, 290, Haley and Michael Flom, in March 2023 about the development. And then on September 5th, when we paid the application, on September 10th, I sent them email and I explained everything. I sent the 3D view of the new house and all the drawings, and explained every variances that we have. And also I met Haley in person in front of their house door, and she mentioned that we don't have any concern, and the only concern is maybe my husband said about the backyard deck that we eliminated already. And I went to house number 294, Mr. Hu. 4 times I knocked the door, nobody answered. Maybe they will not, ready to talk to me. I sent them, he called me on September 25th, and he said that without any greeting and without any say hi, he said, well, what do you want to build here and why we don't know about that? I said, I already 4 times came to the door and knocked and put a note, and nobody answered, and what should I do? So I emailed him all the drawings on September 25th and explained everything, and I sent a couple more emails and said, if you want, we can meet with our architect.
Okay, so let me just pause it there, and if you can pause the timing for a second, because I do recognize there's been a lot, within the 5-minute rule, there's been a lot for you to address, but you've spent now the first couple minutes sort of giving the same point, which is you felt you've tried to do adequate consultation, and I take it that's the point you're trying to get across, right? Was there any other points that you wanted to make to address this, or should your agent do that?
Yes, just one more point. And then
okay, if I can go ahead.
They mentioned about 24 objection. Actually, 5 of them it's for 29.4. 3 of them is for 283. 2 of them are for 2301. 2 of them it's for 297. 2 of them is for 305 Briar Hill, and 2 of them is no address on it.
Okay, so let's pause the timing there, please, and just let me just say this, that it doesn't matter, like if it's 1 or 2 from a household or 5.
Just want to clarify
regardless,
this.
even if it was 2, it's still 12 divided by 24. That 12 is quite large,
Actually, Mr. We want to build our dream house here, and we want to live there with my wife and my children there, and we want to join this community. But
no, I understand, and
they didn't also respond my hi here today, so I don't know.
Okay, so let's pause it there, and I don't want reactions from anyone. I know it's a delicate situation, and you're by yourself as well, so I want to recognize that it's a tough position to be in. Members, do you have any questions of the owner? Okay. So they don't feel they had adequate consultation, but that's okay. You've felt you've given. The members will make the decision based on what they've seen and what they understand. Okay, and within the 4 tests that we're supposed to, we have to be very fair on that.
Sure.
So now, if you don't mind, let me bring back on your agent, who may be able to then speak to some of the technical issues that they raised, and let's see where he gets in a couple minutes.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
No problem.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, and so to be fair now, let's bring back out the agent, Mr. Shams, to finish off the rest. Yes, Mr. Shams, if you may begin, telling us what the technical piece is.
Yeah, there are some comments regarding the construction and the flooding and the management of the surface water. I just wanted to mention that these comments will be dealt with accordingly in the building permit application. So I just need to go back to the application, I mean the presentation material where we left off on page 3, actually page 4. In page 4, I was telling that we are just requesting 86 centimeters of the building length, and it is justified because, first of all, we are requesting those building lengths only for 2 stories of the building. You can see it on page 5. The height of the 2 stories does not exceed 7.25 meters. The next page, you can see that if the building at 294 is extended towards the back, will be almost parallel to the house at 292, and the 2 buildings will be aligned to each other. On the next page, I'm telling about the side yard setback. Side yard setback, we are requesting only 24 centimeters of variance. So you can see that much less side yard setbacks have been approved previously, 50 centimeters, 61 centimeters, 20 centimeters, and so forth. The next page, you can see that the building is not too large, is not too wide. If you can compare this building at 292, the proposal, with the neighbors, the neighbor at 294 has a building of 6.3 meters width, and the other one 6.4 meters of width.
Okay, so I hear you saying that the neighbors, have similar types of builds. I'll give you a few more seconds more to wrap up because we've interrupted.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I believe this is a very straightforward application. We are not requesting more than what's been approved previously in the previous application. So I would appreciate it if you could consider that in your decision and approve this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, do you have any questions then of Mr. Shams? Member Bartolo, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I was going to ask about those side yard setbacks. I think that last slide that was up, if the agent could just spend 60 seconds just going through those side yard setbacks one more time speak to this point, please.
Yes, so the side yard setback, original side yard setback is 25 centimeters in front and 21 centimeters at the rear. We are improving these side yard setbacks to 0.66 meters, which leave enough space for maintenance and everything, and for excavation as well. So I believe it is minor variance. So if you take a look at the previous slide, it shows that we are taking our part in enlarging the side yard setback while the neighbors are having less side yard setback. Besides, on the east side, between 292 and 294, we have right of way. Because of that right of way, we have to set back 1.12 meters from the property line. So it makes the building much less wider than the neighbors. The neighbor has 6.3 meters of width on the 294, and on 290, the width of the building is 6.40 meters, while the building proposed on 292 is 5.89, almost 50 centimeters less than the neighbor at the right side, and 40 centimeters less than the neighbor at the left side. So it is not wide. So it also justifies the longer building. So because of these setbacks, we need to extend the building further back to offset that GFA we are losing.
Does that respond to your question, Member Bartolo?
It does, Madam Chair, and then one last one, not to be leaky.
Please proceed.
But with respect to the concern of the overlook from the neighbors, this was mentioned by I think 3 or 4 of them, and I just wanted to get a little bit more insight on that. Can you highlight the area that's been reduced for us? I don't know if you have a drawing in the package off the top of my head that relates to that, and demonstrate the difference between 4 square meters and 10 square meters, and how that is or is not different in terms of overlook or visual impact for your neighbors, or for the neighbors, I should say.
So I don't have the third floor plan in this presentation, but on the original drawings, I can show you the extent of the balcony we are removing. Yes. Third floor, please. The next one. Next. Yes. So there is one staircase on the 3rd floor. So at the back of the staircase, there is one rectangular area. We are removing that area from the rooftop patio, and we are reducing that 8 feet 10 inches width to 8 feet, and the width of the balcony would be just a moment. The width would be 4 meters. 4 meters by 2.5 meters. It would be 10 meters.
Okay, thank you. That's clear to me. That's all, Madam Chair, for me.
Okay, I'm looking to other members if you have any other questions. Okay, so then let's bring this now into committee for decision making. Members, you've heard quite a bit from the neighbors online and in person. You've heard now from the owner himself here in person, as well as the technical side of everything from his agent. And, you know, we've got now what's 4 variances, and 1 more has been revised, but is that enough to meet the 4 tests? I will leave it to your decision making. If you do need to discuss as a committee, on camera, as a group, I'm open to that as well, because this is a difficult one. I'll let you consider and take a few moments and let me know your next steps or a motion. There's no other staff reports attached to this as well. No other staff reports. I've got Member Hunt. Motion or
Thank you,
question?
Madam. No, a question or a request. Could the staff go back to the original presentation and show the diagram that shows the proposed building between the 2 adjacent existing buildings? I think there was a colored one as well.
It's on page 11.
I think it was forward, yeah. Wasn't it?
Way back.
Back again, just back. 1 more. Another.
Page 11, I believe.
It had the
There,
orange.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I guess my concern is one of a question of characteristic of the neighborhood. And I'd appreciate someone identifying whether or not this, as I view it, would be deemed to be characteristic of the neighborhood.
Now, Member Hunt, that's a question. You've got to direct it to somebody. Do you want to
All right,
talk to the
yeah,
agent?
I'll direct it to the agent, and yeah, I'll direct it to the agent.
Okay, could you please go to page 15, the very next page? So you can see lots of modern houses are being built in this neighborhood. And it is a shift towards contemporary architecture and living standards. People want higher ceilings, more light into their living spaces. So you can see that already construction of three-story buildings are underway here, and it's already being built. The next page shows some more properties, modern houses on Briar Hill Avenue. On the next page, you can see, again, on Briar Hill Avenue, modern houses, on LYTTON Boulevard, modern houses. On the very last page, you can see that it is part of bylaw amendment. The newly enacted bylaw amendment recognize and encourage modern and flat roof architecture by this new regulation. If you set back the third floor by 1.4 meters on both front and rear, so you can have a 10-meter high building. So it means that bylaw is enforcing and encouraging and recognizing the modern architecture, even in this neighborhood. But as I told you, the neighborhood trend is changing. It's changing towards the modern architecture.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Member Manning, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, just a follow-up question to that. One of the first neighbors who commented said a lot of the comparables that you had provided were on much larger lots, whereas the lot you're dealing with is a 25-foot lot. Do you have any response to that?
So let's. Oh, do you want to talk to Mr. Shams? I just want to clarify. Or okay, go ahead, Mr. Shams.
So, for example, if you go to page 3, which on which we are showing the comparison with for the FSI. So this FSI is translated into a percentage of the lot area. It doesn't matter how wide the actual lot is. The zoning designation for 222 South Clements Avenue says that it is the same, exactly the same zoning designation of 292 St. Clements Avenue. So the owner at 222 South Clements Avenue had requested 0.894 FSI, and it's been approved by the committee. So it means that almost 0.9 times the area has been built. So why don't we build 0.873 meters? So I mean, it's a percentage of the lot coverage, not it is regardless of the how the building is, how the lot is wide or how the lot is long.
Can I ask then a follow-up question to that? Because do you have anything that shows what a 25-foot lot within this area, within the proximity of where this is located, and, you know, all of the similarities with other homes that are also 25-foot lot, and what sort of their, floor space index demonstrates? Because you would want to compare apples with apples, right?
No, apples with apples comparison is taking place with zoning designation, not the width of the lot. So the zoning designation says this lot is an RD designation, 7.5 meters of frontage. The density is 0.6, and the exception is 1400. So the 22 St. Clements Avenue, the same zoning designation. So we are requesting the FSI as a percentage of the lot. So if the, for example, the 222 has 40-foot frontage, so it doesn't mean that they can build bigger or less. It is just a percentage of the lot area. So we have proposed to build 0.8773 times the area of the lot, and the other one is making it bigger.
Thank you, Mr. Shams. I think what the chair is trying to understand, I understand what you're saying. You're saying it's essentially it's a ratio, so regardless of lot frontage, the math is based on a percentage of, right? I think what they're getting at is specifically in the cases that you've noted here. From what I see real quick on 222, it is a wider lot than what the proposed lands are on. I can just see that from the City of Toronto GIS data. And I think that's what they're getting at is within the local context. Let me be brief. Do you have an example on a 25-footer within the local context? That's what's being asked.
I haven't documented that one, but for sure I can find something if I have time.
Fair enough. It may exist. I don't know, right? There's a lot of houses in that area. It may exist.
But we can only rule on the evidence that we have before us right now. So just there is no time to go researching that right now, and you can't enter new evidence, after the fact. Member Attarodi, you have a question. Go ahead.
Yes, I have two questions. One of them regarding variance number 3, west side yard setback. How much was the existing west side yard setback before you proposed 0.66 meter?
It was 0.21.
The existing one on the west was 0.21?
That's right.
Okay. So thank you. And then regarding one of the neighbors have a talk about like privacy screen, that even privacy screen won't work. Where did you deploy the privacy screen in your design?
We haven't proposed the privacy screen, but we are open to add a note to the decision to provide the privacy screen for the third floor balcony.
So so means regarding variance number 5, correct?
That's right.
Is this balcony face the street or face to the backyard of the property?
It is facing backyard.
Facing to the backyard. Because a lot of neighbors concerned about the square footage of that platform, because they talk about privacy. So I know you reduced it to 10 square meter. Is that your final number, or do you have any other suggestion that might help your neighbor feel better about their privacy, or any more suggestion?
I don't think, Member Attarodi, that we can negotiate changes to the application here than we're already there. But if the applicant does want to make any final modifications, like right now, instead of sitting there and calculating it, you can.
Yeah, I can make more modifications to the application if it helps approval of this application. I can reduce 1 feet from the building length, so it will help the building length to be lowered by 30 centimeters. It would be 17.56.
So you're saying variance number 2, you're willing to reduce to 17.56 meters?
Yes.
Okay.
And it also helps to reduce the FSI, requested FSI.
Mr. Shams, would you be able to calculate that FSI quick?
Yeah, for sure. Just
So while he's calculating that, can I just ask the owner, if you can come up for a second? I just want to ask this while he's doing that calculation. Can you share with me, on the personal side, why do you need the house in terms of the development and the way that you've done it? Is there a compelling reason, or matter that you would like to share with committee briefly?
Yeah, actually, we bought this house in 2017, and this house is, the infrastructure on this house, it's very bad right now. I have a tenant live there right now, and we haven't access to, for example, this is the issue right now. Their dryer doesn't work, and they came and they said that the vent for the dryer, there's water in it, and they can't change the vent because the vent is beside the 292 and 294, which is like less than 1 feet, distance from each other. So the infrastructure of this house is, this house is for around 58, I think, and we want to build this house for ourselves. We're expecting our second baby, so we want to move there and live there for a long time. And because the neighbors, they mentioned that they want to resell the house, and actually we don't need this. We want to live there for a long time. We want to join the community, and we don't have any
Okay, I'll stop you there. I think we got the picture. Thank you very much. Now we'll get back to Mr. Shams. Yep.
Yes, I did the calculation. The GFSI will be decreased to 0.86.
So far we've got an elimination of variance number 4. Variance number 5 is reduced to 10 meters squared. Variance number 2 is now 17.56 meters, and then variance number 1 is 0.86 times.
That's right.
Okay, and that's it. Anything else? We're good? All right. Any final questions, members? There has been modifications done to all of the variances. You've heard what the neighbors have compellingly said. You've heard the rebuttals on the technical side and the personal side. Unless there's any other questions, let's get into a decision-making now. Okay, Member Bartolo, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, we spent a good amount of time and asked a lot of questions and considered this one quite thoroughly. I appreciate the presence of all of the neighbors and the arguments that have been made. I'll note that some of them are not within our purview. Winter maintenance, drainage, these sorts of things. While some may have had bad experiences with other contractors doing damage, that's not something that we could, hold against an applicant because of that, right? And I will say that I think the applicant and the agent have made some very reasonable concessions here, and what's being proposed, I don't believe it to be egregious or overly beyond what is happening in the local or broader area. So with those comments, I'll put forward a motion to approve this amended application subject to the following conditions: that variance number 1 be reduced to decimal 86, variance number 2 be reduced to 17.56 meters, variance number 4 be eliminated, and variance number 5 be reduced to 10 meters squared.
Okay, so motion from Member Bartolo to approve this application and making it subject to the amendments made by the applicant here today, seconded by Member Hunt. All those in favor? Okay. And all those opposing, Member Manning is opposing this decision. So we have the majority rule here. This application has been approved with the changes that were made here today. Thank you, everyone who came out, and thank you very much for everyone's time on this matter. Okay, with
Thank you,
that,
Madam Chair.
all right, we just have a couple more to finish off. Unless city needs a break, let me just know. But we are going to move to item number 30. And item number 30 is 53 Shepherd Avenue West. We've got a Tony Volpentesta on the line.
Madam Chair, yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the
If you could state your
committee.
name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Tony Volpentesta. I'm a planning consultant and partner with the firm BAKERSFIELD. Address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200, M5E 1M2.
Okay, thank you. So I noted that there's just only one variance here. There is no one to speak to this. We've just got a couple of agents online. Members, do we require a presentation for this? Seeing that there's none, Mr. Volpentesta, is there anything quickly that you want to share with committee members before they take this into committee for decision making?
Madam Chair, just very briefly, we've consulted with the planning department. This is a change in the number of townhouses as part of a mixed-use development that fronts onto Shepherd. The number of townhouses would go from 7 to 9. There's no increase in GFA. We're very close to the Yonge and Shepherd station. And as is evident from the lack of any concern expressed from any department, we think the application is appropriate, meets the 4 test. I've written an extensive opinion about that, and I'm hopeful that the committee agrees.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, seeing that there's no one else to speak to this and there's just one variance, can I get a motion on this matter if there's no questions of Mr. Volpentesta? Member Manning with a motion.
Through you, Madam Chair, I agree with the applicant that this is just one variance and that it is minor. So I'll make a motion to approve this application with no conditions.
Member Manning with a motion to approve this application without conditions, seconded by Member Attarodi. All those in favor? This application has been approved unanimously without conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to item number 31, members, and this is number 15 Bakersfield Street. This is an application to construct a 1-story detached garage, and the application was deferred from July 27th in order for the applicant to discuss with Transportation Services. The agent is Ida Evangelista. If you can come back out, Miss Evangelista. I've noted that there is 3 variances. There's no one here to speak to this application, and there's no other staff reports, so I'm presuming you did speak with Transport. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Madam Chair. Ida Evangelista, 53 Bentworth Avenue. And I am here on behalf of the owners of 15 Bakersfield, and I'm hoping 3 times a charm.
It might just well be. Members, do you feel you need a presentation on this application? There is none. Ms. Evangelista, is there anything you'd like to say before they go into committee for decision making?
Yes, I would like 2 things I have to say. One, I do want to go on record with a change to the application to variance number 1. We have increased the north side yard setback to 0.91.
Okay, so variance number 1 has been increased to 0.91, so you've made it better.
Yes. So that wall, that north wall is existing and it will remain. We're bringing it in to line up with the proposed structure. Planning is in support. Transportation is in support. We provided them a full transportation study, which they are in support of. We have no comments from any other departments. I respectfully submit that the application that is in front of you is very straightforward. It is something that is, you know, we are enhancing this property from what it is. I believe you. Okay, so if you have any questions, I'm open to questions.
Sure, absolutely. Members, please note that variance number 1 has increased to 0.91 meters. No other changes. Any questions of Ms. Evangelista? Member Manning, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I'm actually ready for a motion. I'll let.
If no other, Member Hunt, is that a question?
There are questions. My apologies.
Yes. Go ahead. Member Hunt, if there's a question.
Yes, just a clarification from Ms. Evangelista. This application was deferred on July 27th to discuss with the Transportation Services, and I don't see anywhere in the file of documentation which translates to the transportation position on this. You've indicated that they're in support, but I don't see any document that.
Through you, Madam Chair. We've gone at the last, actually not the last hearing, the hearing prior to, they had asked us to provide a full transportation study, which we did. At the last hearing, they weren't quite of the understanding that there were the 5 bays in the existing building. So we have since had conversation. I spoke to Luigi Nicolucci, and they do now fully understand and accept the way it is. And from my understanding, what I was told, and even perhaps staff can confirm, by them not commenting or providing any indication that they have any questions or have any adverse effect to this application. From what I understand, no comment is good comment. But they are all conversations that have transpired. They were satisfied with the site plan that was submitted and on record dated October the 3rd.
Okay, so the transportation comments, if there were any, are reflective of the April 6th Next Trans report.
Which through you, Madam Chair, which we provided.
Yes.
And
yes,
clearly indicated, and they have not come back to us with any further comments. Okay. We provided the site plan, and which Jenny accepted, and we have not, and as you see, it's up on the screen at this time.
Yep.
So they have no further comments.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any other questions? If not, a motion, please. Motion from Member Manning.
Through you, Madam Chair, I've listened to the applicant, and I remember this application being deferred with the change of variance number 1 being changed to 0.91 for the side yard setback. And given that this is an existing condition, I would like to make a motion to approve this application with no other conditions.
Okay, thank you. Motion from Member Manning to approve this application with no other conditions, seconded by Member Hunt. All those in favor? Member Atterodi West, camera is not on, but I see that she's supporting the motion. You're not? Okay, so Member Atterodi is dissenting, but this application does pass. It has been approved with those changes. Thank you.
Can I make one comment?
If you can, quickly, please.
I just wanted to say it was truly a pleasure working with all of you over the years. I concur with Peter Hagan's comments this morning. You've been quite honorable, very fair, very understanding in many situations. And again, it was a true pleasure, and I wish you all the best.
Oh, thank you for those kind words, and we appreciate you too, and all the best in your, the years ahead as well. Okay?
Thanks so much.
All right.
Have a good evening.
You too. Okay, members, let's backtrack a little bit. If you remember, item number 25, where we couldn't get the agent online, even though it was one item. He is online right now, and his name is Haim Rabak, and that is 11 Orchid Court. Item number 25,
Yes.
Haim
Yes.
Rabak. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Haim Reback, and my address is 5 Kenneth Avenue, Suite 805.
Okay,
Do
thank
you
you.
hear me now?
Yes, I can. And now, members, do you feel you
fantastic.
require a presentation on this application? Please note there's 2 variances, no other staff reports. Please let me know if you require one. If not, Mr. Reback, is there anything quickly you'd like to share with committee members, because they're ready to make a decision on this application? Please let us know. If not,
Yes, it's very simple. Yeah, just very simple. Thank you very much. It's a very small, we're just extending existing deck to make it more livable. And the owner spoke to the immediate neighbors, and they're all in support of it, as you have a record of the support record. And also, we are doing it in such a way that it will be extremely simple and very helpful for us. So I appreciate your help.
okay, not a problem. Thank you very much. Members, can I get a motion if there's no questions? Member Manning?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application. I believe that both these variances meet the 4-part test, and with no conditions.
Okay, Member Manning with a motion to approve this application with no conditions, seconded by Member Bartolo. All those in favor? And this application has been unanimously approved without conditions. Thank you, Mr. Rivac.
Well, I must say thank you very much. I was a bit stressed waiting here because it was not connected, but thank you so much. And I'm very happy that even though I do not know you, but I know that you are your last session. So it was wonderful. Thank you again.
Okay. Thank you so much. Have a great day, sir.
You too. Thank you.
Members, please remind me if you ever need a break, because I'm just going through the next one, and this is item number 32. Item number 32, everyone, is 1 Coldstream Avenue. We've got a Jungu. Jungu, are you there? If you can come on and state your name and your address for the records, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Jungu. I'm the authorized agent of Mr. Zhang, who is the owner of 1 Coldstream Avenue.
Okay, now this is a proposal to construct a 2-story addition with a garage. There is someone here to speak to this application. Please note, members, 10 variances. There is a transportation July 6th report. They're saying no new reports are in, that they will still commit to the July 6th report. They're recommending deferral. The staff report has just 1 condition. There are 3 letters of objection, and there is someone to speak to this. So, Mr. Gu, can you just provide a brief presentation on the merits of your case as we move
Madam
forward?
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you mentioned, would it be possible to take a 5-minute break? This seems like it might be a longer one.
Okay, then not a problem. Do you, Mr. Gu, do you mind holding on one moment? Members
I'm okay
do
with
need
that.
a little bit of a break. We've had quite a bit.
Sure.
So
I'm okay.
We'll come right back, okay? Thank you.
I'm guessing you're suited? Yeah. Okay. Do you know how many registered people are there? I believe it's 2 of them. They might be from the same hospital. Not really a lot to say. one of them is.
They had a previous decision.
Okay. I believe they objected last time.
That they don't.
I think they're included on the same email, but I mean, you'll see.
So they're registered.
Yes.
Angular clean requirements for garden.
Members, if you can gather back, I think our 5 minutes are up. Calling members back online, and let's get. Let me just get my bearing. Where were we, Mr. Jungu? And we're getting him unmuted again, and that is for 1 Coldstream Avenue. We do have quorum, so it's no problem if member Manning needs to take a bit more time, no problem. So Jungu, if you are able to provide a brief presentation on the merits of your application, we'll be happy to hear that. We do have someone here to speak to it, so go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, our proposal is to construct an addition to the existing house. And the existing garage, the foundation wall of the existing garage has been damaged, and there are cracks on the foundation wall. So we want to rebuild the garage and then an addition on top of the garage. So regarding the variance we applied, the first, second, and third variants are related to front yard setback, driveway width, and side yard setback. These 3 variants are due to the existing conditions. We are just trying to align to the existing structure and driveway. For item number 4, the permitted maximum FSI is 0.35, and the proposed is FSI 0.68. I just want to clarify that the existing house FSI is 0.46, which already exceeds the limit. So we are actually proposing increase FSI from 0.46 to 0.68. And the owner needs additional space, additional floor area to accommodate a master bedroom as the family grows. For item number 5, this is regarding the proposed platform. So we just need the entrance to have a proper sized porch. For item number 6, this is regarding the location of the driveway. Again, this is an existing condition. Item number 7, this is basically the same thing as number 5. This is just again for the porch, the covering for the porch. Item number 8 is regarding the roof eaves. Also, this is an existing condition because the existing north side yard setback is 0.61 meters. Thus, the existing roof eaves is closer to the property line, and our proposed addition is to match the existing roof. For item number 9 is regarding the landscape. As you can see on the site plan, so 61.7% of the front yard is existing driveway, so there's no way for us to satisfy this. Item number 10 is also regarding landscape. A minimum of 75% of the required front yard landscaping must be soft landscaping. Again, because 61.7% is already the existing driveway, therefore we don't have too much space for the soft landscaping. We just put a necessary paved area from the driveway to the entrance of the house. So just as stated above, most of the minor variances we requested are existing conditions, and we simply wanted the addition to align to the existing exterior wall. So therefore, I believe the variants are minor and in general maintain the intent of zoning bylaw. So please discuss. Very appreciated.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Members, do you have any questions? There being none, let's move on to the next speaker, Bruce Youngston. Yeah, Bruce Youngston, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, if you could state your name and address for our
Madam
records,
Chair.
please.
You can hear me okay?
Yeah, perfect. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Bruce Youngson. My wife, Charlotte, and I have owned and occupied 3 Coldstream Avenue, which is the neighboring property to the north of the applicant, 1 Coldstream, for the last 20 years.
Thank you so much. If you can share with us your concerns.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to express our concerns about some of the variances that 1 Coldstream's asked for. First, we really oppose any increase in height from the present 1-story garage at 1 Coldstream to a 2-story addition. There are 29 inches, 0.74 meters between the north wall of 1 Coldstream's current home and our property line, and 67 inches or 1.7 meters between 1 Coldstream and the south-facing wall of our house. We have a 2nd-story sun deck, 9 feet by 9 feet, 2.7 meters by 2.7 meters, on the south side of our house, from which we currently see sun, sky, and trees to the south. And if a 2nd-story addition is allowed on 1 Coldstream, the view from our sun deck will be a brick wall and a roof, and we will lose ambient sunlight from the south on this sun deck. 1 Coldstream currently has 10 windows on the north side of their house, some as large as 7 feet by 5 feet, 2.1 meters by 1.5 meters. We have 1, a single south-facing window, 5 feet by 3 feet, 1.5 meters by 0.9 meters, on the entire south face of our house that opens up into a 2nd-floor sunroom. And if the proposed 2nd-story addition is allowed on 1 Coldstream, we'll have the south sunlight reduced in that sunroom and be exposed to 1 Coldstream's proposed 2nd-floor west-facing bedroom windows with lots of privacy in our sunroom. So in summary about the height, any increase in height beyond the current 1-story garage roof will cut off south sunlight from the south side of our house, our sun deck, and our sunroom with lots of privacy, as their proposed 2nd-floor bedroom windows will be looking into our 2nd-floor sunroom. Second, regarding variances requested 8, 9, and 10, we oppose any further reduction in the required lot green space. Several months ago, 1 Coldstream replaced 75 to 80% of their east backyard grass lawn that abuts our backyard with flagstones. Our backyard is bordered to the south by a 32-inch high concrete retaining wall on 1 Coldstream's property, so our backyard is 32 inches lower than 1 Coldstream's backyard. And since the replacement of grass with these flagstones, the flooding that our backyard sees following heavy rain has increased in severity. At its worst, there has been up to 6 inches, 0.15 meters of standing water over 20 by 15 foot area, which is around an eighth of our backyard lawn along the east border of our backyard following a heavy rain. Any further reduction of one Coldstream's green space will only increase rain runoff from their property to ours. The proposed second-story addition eaves troughs are also 2 inches, 0.05 meters from the north lot line. I understand the closest allowed by law is 0.3 meters, and that could lead to further drainage issues along the north side of our house, south side of our house. 3, regarding variance number 4, we oppose the proposed increase of floor space index to lot area from the maximum permitted 0.35 to almost double that allowed to 0.68. And we do trust the intent of the owners is to keep one Coldstream a single-family dwelling. I'd also like to note that the owners and occupants of the 3 immediately neighboring homes at 2 Coldstream, 4 Coldstream, and 5 Coldstream Avenue all do oppose this proposal for a 2-story addition at 1 Coldstream. I think that's it. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you so much. Members, do you have any questions at all for Mr. Youngson? There being none noted, let's get back to the Mr. Gu. If you can perhaps address the concerns that were raised by Mr. Youngson, and also maybe if you can also talk to the the deferral request of transportation. They sent in a July 6th, that remains the same throughout around that, and maybe share some of your thoughts on that as well to help us understand a bit better.
Well, thank you. So first of all, the proposed height does not exceed zoning requirements. We have no variance attached to the height. And from the site photos, it appears that there is an existing wood structure screen on the edge of Mr. Youngson's deck, and the wood structure is already at a similar height to the eaves, and which means his own wood screen is casting shadows to his deck and his rooms, as if it is a 2-story building. Therefore, our building will not impact the sunlight to Mr. Youngson's house, as his sunroom is further back from the side wall, and the shadow of our building basically overlaps the shadow casted by his own wood structure. And also looking from the Google map, the position of our building to the neighbor 3 Coldstream is quite similar to 3 Coldstream to 5 Coldstream. So we are following a similar pattern that already exists in this neighborhood. If you look from the street along Coldstream, from GLENCAIRN Avenue to Glengrove Avenue, 18 out of 19 houses on this street have a 2nd story above their garage. The only one that has no 2nd story above garage is our house. I don't think it's fair to restrict us from doing that. Also regarding the privacy, we respect the privacy. Therefore, we do not propose any new windows on the north side. The only windows are existing windows, and there's nothing to do with this application. And again, as mentioned above, the height is not in the scope of this minor variance application. For the concern regarding the landscape, while the reduced landscape in the front yard is due to the existing driveway, 61.7 of the front yard is taken by the existing driveway. So it is physically impossible to satisfy this requirement. And the backyard is not part of this application as well. Because this issue is due to the existing condition, I believe that the existing drainage pattern is not adversely affected. Regarding FSI, well, the increased FSI is to meet the growth of the family. We may all face the same issue that when the family grows, we need more bedrooms to accommodate our children and parents. So that's basically, and as I stated, the existing FSI of the house is already beyond the zoning limit. So just in summary, well, the questions in Mr. Youngson's statement are related to the height, the landscape, and FSI. And the height is not in the scope of this application, and the landscape issue is due to the existing condition. And the FSIs to meet the family growth. Madam Chair, I just need to, can you repeat the question regarding transportation?
Yeah, we've just gone back. Thank you for those explanations, first of all. And then we've gone back to the July 6th transportation report, which still exists, and they have sent an email saying they're not, budging from that correspondence, which is saying the conclusion of July 6th, their review of the application is that they recommend deferral to allow the applicant sufficient time to update the site plan as per the comments above. So, and the comments, like maybe if we can show what the comments were, for some reason they don't feel that you have addressed it. And you would have seen this, wouldn't you not have?
Well, what I want to say is transportation is regarding the driveway, right? And driveway is existing. Don't know what I can do with the driveway. Pay the garage? I don't think that will be possible.
Okay, so can you just maybe explain to committee members why they should not honor the deferral request of transportation? And what is it about their request that you cannot fulfill?
Well, as you can see, well, the variance number 2 is regarding the driveway width, and the driveway width will basically maintain the same width of existing driveway. Variance number 6 is regarding the access to the parking space has to be, this is a corner lot, has to be from the flanking street. Well, the exit driveway is coming from the main street, which is COLDSTREAM Avenue. That again is an existing condition. We just maintain the existing. So that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, you've heard all of these explanations. Do you have any questions for the applicant? And there being none, as you know, it's 6 variances. You've saw what transportation has recommended. You've heard his explanation for that. You've heard what the neighbor has indicated and his responses to it. Staff report of June 27th does have one condition that just applies. It's a minor condition. And note the letters of objection still. Motion, please.
No, I just have a quick question.
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
To you, Madam Chair, just would like to confirm with city staff if this application have any forestry, because based on the chart, there's no forestry have been marked on the report, but there is one in our file dated July 6, 2023. Just want to clarify it with staff if this application have any forestry condition.
I did not see it on the forestry matrix, but they're just double checking. In the meantime, is there any other questions from members while city staff is looking at that? Okay. You all look great on camera, by the way. Very nice. This is what we call in radio time filling the air. Okay, any response from city planning on that? Okay, they're pulling it up. And we will just pull up the memo from the package. Maybe if you can enlarge it as well when you do get there. Member Aturodi, Are you seeing, which memo are you talking about here? The memorandum is July 6th. If you press on the forestry button of the file of what you've sent us. This is what we've got on our package, so that's why she's. There is no October. Okay, so can you come on the mic so that that's captured?
What Irving is showing you is the October matrix from forestry, and on it, it doesn't show that there's any concern
There
from
is
forestry.
no forestry conditions. Okay.
I just would like to just double check because there was another file that it wasn't mentioned on this report, but on the file we had a forestry or ravine. That's why I just want to clarify.
That was ravine. Is that what you were referencing?
Yeah, ravine was different.
Yes, that was for ravine.
Right. That would be a separate memo.
Separate memo.
Yeah.
Which application number was that?
It was application number 18.
Yeah.
Right, so just in case, I know we didn't include ravine for that application and we did close the decision, but we were in favor of ravine and natural features protection for number 8, right?
18, you mean?
18, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, just to put that out there, we were in favor of it. Okay, so no other questions, please? If no other questions, let's take this into decision-making. Members, you have a decision to make. Member Bartolo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Given that most of these variances relate to an existing condition, and the arguments of the neighbor are not valid, frankly. Most of them, 2-story is as of right in this area, and the applicant is not prevented from building a 2-story dwelling in any way, and seeing as of the existing conditions kind of exacerbate some of the variances, including the driveway and transportation issues. I see no issues with this application. Therefore, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application as is.
Okay, motion from Member Bartolo to approve this application as is, seconded by Member Manning. All those in favor? Okay, and this has been unanimously approved with no conditions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's move on now, members, to item number 33. Item number 33 is 15 Barberry Place, and we've got a Giuseppe on here, Giuseppe Tolfo. Are you there, Mr. Tolfo?
Hi, yes, I'm here. My name is Giuseppe Tolfo. I registered as a speaker with the address 197 Spadina Avenue.
Okay, thank you. This application, members, has 4 variances. There is a previous decision note. There's also an October 4th transportation note, but there's no objections. Mr. Tolfo, can I ask you something? I do see that there's about 4 people listed here, but they all seem to be agents. And can you confirm that for me? I've got Emily Reisman. Is that part of your team?
Yes, so all of the speakers that we have, so it's Emily Reisman, one from Amica, and a couple from BA Group. They're all here to answer any questions from the committee.
Okay, so there's Doug Hall, Michael Giulianardo, and Allison Keller, all from Giulianardo, Reisman, the BA Group, and Amica. That's all done. Yes, so we have no one here to speak to this application. Members, do you require a presentation? No presentation required. Is there anything you'd like to say, Mr. Tolfo, before we, quickly before we go into committee for decision making?
No, I'd just like to say thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak. As I mentioned, we have many here who can answer any questions if the committee does have any questions. Obviously, thank you, as everyone else has been saying, to members of the departing committee for their service to the committee and to the community and to the city as well. And yeah, we look forward to hearing about what you're going to do next.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for that. Members, for variances, no objection for transport, no other staff report. Can I get a motion? Motion from Member Bartolo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I've reviewed this application. In the grand scheme of the scale and location and size of the lot, I see all of these as being minor, having no adverse effects on the local neighborhood. Therefore, I will put forward a motion to approve this application.
Thank you. Motion from Member Bartolo to approve the application, seconded by Member Hunt. All those in favor? And this application has been unanimously approved. Thank you so much. And let's now move it along to item number 34. Number 34 is 120 Hendon Avenue. We've got Suvik Mukherjee that's there, and Mr. Mukherjee is in person. Thank you for your patience and waiting so long. We really appreciate that, and you've just been so kind to be there all this time patiently waiting. We appreciate that. So members, we've got here 6 variances. There's forestry. There was a previous decision note. Seems to be 3 letters of objection, and we've got a new letter that came in from Councillor Lily Chen that members can put up later. It was a late letter, but councillors are just like anyone else that are writing in if it's a letter of objection. So that will make it 4 letters of objection. We've got a couple folks to speak here. So, Mr. Mukherjee, why don't you state your name and address for the record and give us a presentation on the merits of your case, and we can move forward to the next speaker.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Suvik Mukherjee, 120 Hendon Avenue, owner. And if you could pull up my presentation, please. And I've timed this, so I'll take the full time. Thank you very much. I have a lot to say. I'll just get going. Sorry if I'm speaking fast. This is my 4th time here for my rear garage. 4th time.
Oh, no.
Twice for ancillary structure. First one was not passed. Second one was passed at this committee for a flat roof structure. That went to TLAB. I did not spend $20,000 on a lawyer, so TLAB failed. At the very end of the TLAB, garden suites became legal. I tried to salvage that application. City said no, brand new applications from scratch. Came here 3rd time. Councillor Cheng wrote a deferral request. It was deferred. 4th time here. I currently have a 2-story garage, and on this slide you'll see the rear lot line is the red, and it's kind of irregular shaped. The green one is my current garage, and the gray one is what I'm trying to build.
Okay.
On the next page, you'll see that the green one is what I'm allowed to build. No TLAB, no committee, as of right, uses the current garage, current setbacks, 45-degree angle. The blue one is what I'm trying to build. It moves the structure away from the lot line, and it's a flat roof. I was trying to reuse the existing structure and move it over, but after consultation with forestry and the councillor, the blue one is actually a foot narrower and a foot longer than the current garage. So it's a rebuild is what I'm here for. Next page. Next page. Yeah, next page. Yeah, sorry, it's right there. Yeah, on the top left, you'll see an elevator. That's an accessibility feature. That's kind of the whole appeal of this application. And then, once you put the elevator in and you put, a bathroom, a kitchen, and you put your sofa, bed, TV, there's not much room left. I'm not building a huge area. It's a studio suite. It's 550 square feet. Page 8, you'll see there's a yellow area. That's the area I'm trying to get approval for. That's the angular planes. No, keep going. Yeah, right there. The yellow, so that's from the front. That's the west and east side. The yellow planes is the angular planes I'm looking to get approved today. That person's 6 feet tall in the picture. Without the angular planes, it's just too cramped. The next picture shows you from the next one from the rear. This is from the Gaslight Court. There's actually cedar hedges there the whole way. And those have been there for about 40 years, as far as I know. And the yellow boxes are angular plane from the rear. The purple is pushed in towards the page, so you can't see it in this view, but it's there. I'm not hiding it. The next page is from 118 Hendon, who I'm sure will be speaking. What I put the yellow there, it's from a 1.5 meter rear setback. What's required is 3. I'll speak to the 1.5 meter. That's variance 1 that's in front of you. But I'm using the yellow angular plane at 1.5 meters. That's what the rear angular plane I'm asking for. The next page is the same thing from the west side. There's stairs going up, and it's that yellow angular plane from the 1.5 meter. There's cedar hedges. That's why it's green there, right? There's cedar hedges there. Next page. That shows you the current structure. The bottom peak above that window, that's 6 meters. The actual structure right now, I've measured at 6.7 meters, never been professionally measured, but that's definitely higher. The red arrow is higher than 6 meters. So I'm trying to make a structure that's 6 meters tall, so it's lower than the current peak of the current structure. Next page. That's my, I'm trying to engage my neighbors. I'm running a bit out of time here. That's an email I've sent to all my neighbors saying, hey, let's talk. Nobody talks. The bottom part of this, it's the rear setback. What it shows is, the way it's written, at 45 meters, lot length, the setback rear is 1.5 meters. As soon as you cross that, it goes to half the height of the structure. So I think it's not written very well. I think it should be scaled. The tiny one underneath is an example of a bylaw that's scaled. If your lot is this size, you can have this. If your lot's this size, you can have this, and it scales it very well. These are brand new bylaws. They will be revised after 200 applications. But I just think 46.6 meters is my lot, 1.6 meters over 45. So I'm hoping the 1.5 meters is okay. Next page is those are the current windows, right, on the right side. I'm gonna X those out, right? I'm getting rid of those windows. That's on the top, that's from the inside of the garage. It's a large window. And my application has glass block. That's what I'm trying to use, right? So fire block, it's you can't see through it. That's how I limit privacy. The next one. This is shadow studies. We've done shadow studies to death on this, and this is a T-Lab. Expert shadow studies have been done. There's no shadow issues. Unfortunately, I can't keep commissioning a new shadow study every single time there's a change, but we've done so many shadow studies, and the current structure versus a new one, there's no appreciable difference. Next page. That's just showing you the further you are away from the lot line, the pink, the higher you can build, because that's sky view, right? So I'm trying to push this thing away from the lot line. If you keep going. That's the cedar hedges that are there on this north side. They're currently there. They protect privacy. There's no windows in the back of my garage, new or old. Next slide is, again, cedar hedges from the west side. Some of those have been trimmed back. But I will go on record saying, as long as I'm the owner, if those neighbors on the north and west side want cedar hedges there, I will make sure they're maintained and they're on my property line if I have to. I'll end here. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And I know you've been through quite the storm with this application 4 times in a row. Looks like it was costly. And yeah, let's see. It seems to, be at a point where let's see how we make a decision around this today. But let's ask the committee members how they feel about it. Do you have any questions of Mr. Mukherjee at the same time if there's anything you don't understand? If not, we can go to the first speaker. There's a couple of speakers here. And the first one is an Eric Mock.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
122 Hendon, and my name's Eric Mock. I'm representing my aunt, Susan Mock. So I'll just start. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric Mock, and I'm representing my aunt, who is the property owner of the adjacent property, 122 Hendon. I have a vested interest in this application as I will be the future owner of my aunt's property. One of the concerns that I have is around the tree protection for a number of the mature trees on our property, as it provides a significant amount of privacy. In the applicant's proposed site plan, the exterior stairwell encroaches into the tree protection zone radius of 2.4 meters. On June 21st, 2023, Councillor Lily Chang had sent a letter to the Committee of Adjustments indicating that she had spoken to Urban Forestry, and they had confirmed that there would be injury to the trees as a result of the construction of the underground basement. I would ask the committee request the applicant to provide a detailed report on how the trees will be protected before proceeding on approval of this application. I am also confused about the need of the exterior stairwell. Site plan already shows an interior set of stairs as well as an elevator. I personally would not want to see someone walk up and down the exterior stairwell, as this reduces the privacy within my own yard. Another concern that I have is around the proposed HVAC unit on top of the garden suite, as it will produce a lot of noise and disturb the immediate neighbors. This concern was also outlined in Councillor Lily Chang's letter. My final concern is around the sheer mass of the building, as the applicant is asking for a flat roof for the proposed garden suite. Garden suites should adhere to the 45-degree angular plane requirement to limit the impact of the height and building mass. Again, this concern was also outlined in Councillor Lily Chang's letter. I believe that if the applicant is asking for a flat roof, the intention is to also put windows on the side of the building as well. Again, this would reduce my privacy in my own yard as well. That's all I have today, and I think time.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And just to let you know, Urban Forestry has reviewed this application. They do have one condition. They've done their due diligence, so a lot of the concerns around the forestry has been addressed. And I'm not seeing anything else that's written down. Okay, so that's it. Any other questions for Mr. Mock, please? If there are no other questions, let's move to the next neighbor, Steve Kang. Mr. Kang, are you there? If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Steve Kang, and I'm a property owner at 118 HENDON Avenue.
Okay, and if you can share your concerns, if they're different from Mr. Mock's.
Yeah, I'm actually immediate. I'm an immediate adjacent neighbor of 120 HENDON Avenue, and as mentioned by the applicant, I have been in the multiple TLAB and committee of adjustment hearings in the past, and I just wanted to sort of clarify in the like a few things with respect to the past application. So in the past application, the latest one was the TLAB, and in the very application, or in the very hearing, I just wanted to address that the applicant was made to pay the cost awards, and that's because of his misconduct on submitting misleading and confusing information. And I requested for the cost award because just the consistent submission of the misleading information has caused a lot of delays in decision making, etc. So I just wanted to make sure that all the struggles and all the difficulty challenges that I have also gone through the past application. Okay, so I'll move on to this application. So first, I feel that it's necessary to clarify about the application. According to the application, the existing garage building is proposed to be demolished in order to construct a new garden suite. The applicant is choosing to demolish it because the angular plane would not give enough space as written by the applicant. In this context, the existing building is demolished, it's gone, it's not there for comparison nor reference. As for this existing garage conversion project that he's talking about, I have to say it's imaginary. No one knows its information, no plan, height, area, potential variances have been submitted in the past. In summary, we are here to discuss about the proposed new garden suite building and whether or not it meets the 4 test. I refer to City of Toronto's article, namely Final Reports on Garden Suite. It elaborates on the intent of the official plan and bylaw. If you can turn on to the next page. For example, it reads on page 17, official plan directs the new development to be massed, located, and organized to fit within an area of existing and planned context. to protect privacy by providing setback and separation distance from the neighbor property. In the next page, it also reads, in the case of garden suite in particular, the rear yard setback and side yard setback are intended to address privacy issues and to provide adequate space for soft landscaping and maintenance and repair, drainage, and grading. Continuing on page 32 and 33, next page, please, it reads, angular planes are design tool that can help mitigate the impact of building mass on adjacent property. The sides and rear angular plane seeks to limit impacts on adjacent properties and providing space for tree canopy growth. Going back to the application, next page, please. The latest zoning notice shows, sorry, one more, please. The latest zoning notice shows total 6 variances, out of which 5 variances are on the setback and angular planes. For instance, the proposed rear yard setback is as severe as 200% across.
I'll ask you to please summarize. Please summarize.
Yeah, sure. It disregards every angular plane application for all 3 adjacent property. In nature, this cannot be seen as minor. And lastly, one more thing. Looking at the site plan, there is about 6.1 meter of the distance available from the front between the front main wall of the proposed garden suite building and the proposed front yard setback. This indicates that there is enough space in the lot for the further location and massing study for the garden suite proposal. So simply put, the site condition does not restrain into proposed location and massing.
Okay, thank you.
But rather the
Thank
site.
you. You are out of time. Members, do you have any questions? All right. If there are no other questions, I will allow you, Mr. Mukherjee, a chance to respond to both those neighbors.
Thank you very much. If you go to page 19, please, of my presentation. It's the most interesting one to me. The right side, very, very last page, is what will happen if I don't get approval. Sorry, yeah, that one, if you zoom in on that. This is the current structure with the 45-degree plane on the right side. You get no accessibility, you get the HVAC there, and that's not what I want. I want the one on the left side, which is 1.5 meters away from the lot line, has eco, which is the solar panels on the top, and that's what my neighbor maybe didn't see, Eric Mock, that there's solar panels on this one, on the left side. There's accessibility, and the stairs, there's only one set of stairs going up on the left. I think the drawings he saw had stairs going to the basement inside, and that was not going up. You know, and everyone talks about massing, and Councillor Cheng talked about massing. Massing itself is you know, it's something, but it's the impact of massing, right? So what happens if something has a large mass? Well, does it cause shadows? Does it cause water issues? Does it cause sky view issues? Does it cause privacy issues? And I've solved as many of these as I can, and I think I've solved all of them. Privacy is solved by removing the windows, which you saw earlier, and replacing them with glass block. Also, one of the slides has where the door is, has a privacy screen. It's there in the drawing, the privacy screen. The shadow studies I've said they've been done so many times. You know, the current garage casts a shadow. The new garage is going to cast a shadow, but they're going to be very, very minuscule in the difference. Not only that, I'm lowering the peak height of the proposal, and the 118 Hendon Avenue, he gets full sun from like 7 a.m. till about 4 p.m. or 2 p.m. Uninterrupted, and then it's you know, again, not a big difference. As for the angular plane, the whole point is to get sky view, right? You don't want to go to your lot. Like on the right side, there's a man there. You look up and you see this wall. And I agree, no one likes that. So the whole point is on the left, you move it over 1.5 meters, and then you can go up and look at the sky. And this is from the edge of his lot. He's got his whole backyard to go look at the sky. But the whole point is move the structure over, and then you can see the sky. That's how I'm mitigating angular planes. This is kind of the whole point of the structure. You get the accessibility, you get the eco solar panels, and it's an improvement on every which way, I think, from the current structure on the right. A couple other things I do want to mention. So in terms of minor, you know, it's the small yellow triangles that we saw. It's not in terms of numbers, but I think the small yellow triangles are are what I'm here for the minor variances. Is it desirable? I think the one on the left is much more desirable than the one on the right. It's off the lot line. It can be used, it's eco-friendly, and it can be used by multiple generations. The zoning bylaw has, it talks about angular planes. Again, the whole point of the angular planes is for sky view, and this one allows you a better sky view because it's off the lot line, not just on the east-west side, but on the north side as well. I'm moving it away from the north side by, right now I'm on 1 meter, I'm moving it to 1.5 on the north side. And the OP talks about garden suites. Well, they're very desirable, and it actually says, you know, it wants accessibility features. That's the whole point. I'm putting accessibility features in, eco features in. All these things are desirable by the OP. In terms of forestry, yep, I've spoken to Mr. David Bostock at length, and I've sent him a tree protection plan that's on the website, and if they had an objection, they would. I do want to say, if planning department, they've reviewed this multiple times. If they wanted to object, they would. They've seen this multiple times. I've had 4 separate zoning notices for the exact same drawing because they're new bylaws. The zoning officer's like, you need this. Oh, no, you don't need that. Oh, you need this. Oh, no, you don't need that. So my point is, the zoning bylaws are new. They will be revised. They're mandated to be revised at 200 applications or 200 permits. Not everyone has significant knowledge of the current bylaws. Yeah, and I think I'm done. The counselor's letter, again, she talks about the letters of objection that have been uploaded. The letters of objection all talk about massing. I've talked about massing. It's the impact of the massing, and I've tried to mitigate all the impacts of the massing. Last thing I will say is, no, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I think you've addressed all those points. And so I just want to double check with staff. Are any questions at all for Mr. Mukherjee at this time? All right, that being said then, I guess committee's ready for a decision, 6 variances. He's already worked through things with the staff, so you don't see any staff reports there. Work through stuff with forestry. There's just 1 forestry condition attached, or not condition, but it's there, it's been noted and reviewed. You've seen the previous decision notes, and you've seen and heard from the objection, the parties objecting. So, and you've heard his rebuttal. That being said, can I get a motion on this application? Yes, Member Attarodi.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair, I was carefully listened to the applicant and also all the other neighbors, review the file. Since there is a structure in the same location, and this is actually a new structure, but even it's improved the height and so many other things of the existing there, and also it is a new garden suite that that the cities are just encourage people to have a garden suites, and there is no city staff objections or letters, and then we only have a condition from urban forestry. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application only subjected to urban forestry with no modification to the application.
Motion from Member Attarodi to approve this application subject to forestry, seconded by Member Manning. All those in favor? Your application has been unanimously approved with those conditions. Thank you, sir. Okay, have a great day. Let's move on now, members, to the final item of the day, and I do see someone sitting there. There is item number 35, and that is 983 Glencairn Avenue. We've got a Lucas Nowick. Is that you, sir? Okay, yes, if you could come forward to state your name. Thank you so much for your patience and kindly waiting there all day. I think we saw you earlier.
No problem, I got a nice nap.
Right, okay, so state your name and address for the records, please.
It's Lucas Novak.
All right.
And I'm here for 983 Glencairn Avenue.
Perfect. And this only has 2 variances, 1 letter of objection. Members, do you require presentation on this application? Okay. There being none, then I will ask Mr. Nowak if there's anything you'd like to say to the committee members before they take this into committee for decision making.
Planning has no issue. This is just this is pretty simple. Two variances for a deck in the back.
Okay.
Right? I don't know. You're saying there's a letter of objection. I don't see anybody here. I don't.
No, they didn't.
I don't know. We're just
All right. We just normally talk about what we have received, and we've already read through all of that already. And if there were questions, the members would have asked it. Members, if there are no other questions, if you can put your mic on.
It's the size and the setback. So there's 30 centimeter violation of the setback and the size of the deck. But to be honest, I mean, there's no way the bylaw is written, 4 meters square. How can you get a deck out of that, right? So, it is what it is, right? People want a deck in the back, right? More than 4 meters. I mean, that's really not enough, right?
Okay, so Member Bartolo did ask the question, what sort of triggered it. That's the response that happened. He didn't have his mic on for those who may not have heard. Member Attarodi, did you have a question?
No, just want to say that the letter we received is from neighbor 9710 Glencairn Avenue.
So that's a distance away.
Mary Cupman wrote that letter.
Well, you know what? They're subject to the same bylaw, so if they want a bigger deck, they're gonna have to come here too. You know what I mean? So.
No, because you mentioned there's no one opposing. The letter we received is from that.
Okay, I guess there is
973.
somebody opposing. Okay, that's
Glencairn.
okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Right.
That's okay.
No other questions? Can I get a motion, please? Member Bartolo for the win.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Yeah, while it may seem numerically large, I do concede to the applicant's point that 4 square meters in this condition is negligible and almost useless, and it's not triggering any green space or any other major variances. I don't see a problem with it. I don't think it's going to have an adverse impact in the local area. Therefore, I will put forward a motion to approve this application as is.
Okay, motion from Member Bartolo to approve this application as is, seconded by Member Hunt. All those in favor? Your application has been unanimously approved without condition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
I appreciate your patience as well.
All right. Members, that's about a wrap. Thank you, city staff. You are awesome and amazing as usual. And thank you, members. This is the last hurrah, and it was end of an era, 8 years, and to some of us less. Give yourself a round of applause, and we will.
Sorry, Madam Chair, you should have a motion to terminate.
We are doing that right now. He still has to make sure we're following the law. So let's get a motion to terminate, please. Motion by Member Manning. All those in favor? Yay. Take care. Bye, everyone.